It's showtime! Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another game of EGAD Headquarters. I'm your host, Carmichael, also known as Mikey, here today with 4 players for a lovely one-shot. Say hi, everybody!
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
All right, now we're going to go down the line and we're going to introduce everybody one by one and who you'll be playing. Starting with Candlestick.
Hi, I'm Candlestick, and today I'm going to be playing my yin yang twins, Ellie and Layla, which I am just cackling because I love the name of this game, and I'm like, I have to have these two in this one.
Next up, we have a familiar face, Nicho.
Hello, I am Nicho, and I am playing Keto.
Nicho also woke up from a nap, so that's why Nicho sounds tired.
Mm-hmm. Then again,
Next
I
up-
always sound tired.
Fair. Next up, Mia!
Hey, I'm Miamouse, and today I'm playing Sam Sharps, my cowboy.
And last but most certainly not least, we have Buck. Say hi, Buck.
Hello, I'm Buck, and I'm going to be playing my rogue character, Torch Cooney.
And today, we'll be playing a one-shot titled Night and Day. Now give me just a moment because I need to pull up an item real quick. Okay. So today, to summarize why you're all gathered here, EGAD has taken up a position with Toontown's Historical Museum to protect a magical item in their possession as it is escorted back to its true owners. According to the description, a magical sphere that was in the possession of the Toontown Historical Museum, which was originally said to be found at a ruined excavation site, was eventually identified as having belonged to a group of Selunites. If you would like to roll a religion check before we even get started, you may roll.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That can't
Alrighty.
hurt.
And don't say your names until I ask for them.
Why did I already forget how the robot works?
It's exclamation point R space 1d20 plus whatever your religion modifier is.
Exclamation space 1d20 and modifier.
Exclamation point R space 1d20 plus
got it.
mod. Also, if any noise is caught in the background, my family is moving around furniture. I'm sorry if this happens to catch on the recording.
It's fine for now. I haven't heard anything.
Good. Good.
Can I roll for both my twins or just one?
It would probably be easier just to make a combined roll.
All right, combined roll it is.
So
That'll
just
work.
one. So just one. Okay. So Sam knows absolutely nothing about Selunites whatsoever.
Yeah.
They kind of sound like Yosemites or is it Yosemites? You're not entirely
Yeah.
sure. But isn't that like a family of cowboys or something? You don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Selunites is not ringing a bell. For those that got above a 10, but below a 15, which is Torch. Selunites are not as well known to Toonkind folks, but as you're a band of adventurers, you've kind of heard a little through the grapevine. Selunites are traditionally followers of the goddess Selune, known as a real kind goddess of the moon. Usually revered by real kind, there's only very rare occasions where she seems to be revered by Toons. But then again, she's not explicitly restricted to real kind, so that would make sense. And for those of you that got a 15 above but did not breach 20, which is the twins and Kita, Selune is goddess of the moon and is revered in multiple places outside of Inkwell. Inside Inkwell, she does have a few select followings, but she's not nearly as highly revered as others, and is usually conflated with Toonkind moon deities in comparison. That's not to say she isn't well respected, because she is, but normally she's kind of lumped in or combined with other Toonkind moon deities as opposed to standing on her own. But normally, they are a fairly neutral party with good intentions for everyone around them, tend to keep to themselves, usually protect nature and people, and usually really only lash out to defend themselves or when they believe dark magic is being used. They also have a rival, which has been a long-time enemy ever since Zatori was actually created and broken off from Abiatorial. But we'll get to that in a minute. The point is, 3 out of the 4 of you know what Selunites are, and the 4th of you just thinks, wow, that's a fancy cowboy name.
Yeah. But makes so much sense. He ain't got a clue.
So it's just like, so you probably think it's pronounced not Selunite, it's like, oh, it's Selunity. Of course, they're just pronouncing it wrong.
Selune.
But now, these Shenanigans have claimed that this orb in truth belongs to them and should be returned to them immediately, and they've already compensated the museum for its transport and for its replacement. However, the party that was supposed to escort it wound up skipping out on the bill, so they need somebody else to come along and guide it from point A to point B. That is where EGAD has stepped up. And all of you are now standing in front of the Toonkind Historical Museum and kind of just waiting for the curator to show up with your package and also guide you to where your cart is. Though, if you've also brought along your own cart, that's also no problem. So, like... Anybody? No? Nobody's brought along a cart?
No,
If-
Kita doesn't have a cart.
If it wasn't
Torch is
provided
holding
by...
the old cart.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay. Torch is too scrawny to hold a cart.
Hold a cart? I mean, a cart isn't something you drive.
Oh.
Vehicle.
Still, he doesn't have one.
Fair.
Yeah. If it wasn't provided by EGAD, probably not. I don't think they thought about that.
Sam has a horse, not a cart.
You do remind me, you do actually have a card for EGAD. It's at least been used in a previous game. It's been used in the Goldwyn arc. You have had a cart with a donkey. So we'll actually say, for the sake of transport, you have brought that cart here. And you have your one ass helping pull it along.
Nice.
Cranky old guy, cranky old lady. And eventually, the curator steps out, and he's a fairly petite-looking guy. You kind of can't tell what kind of bird he is, but you know he's a bird, and you know he's rubber hose. He's also completely black and white. He's as simple a rubber hose as you can get. Oh, hello! I would hope by the armor that you're wearing and by the equipment you have with you, you would be the adventurers that have taken up our assignment?
That'd be correct.
Sam nods stoically.
Yep.
Are you the ones sent by EGAD, or are you ones answering something else?
We're from EGAD.
I know, I always... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful! And you've actually brought your own cart! I was fully prepared to rent you one, but if you have your own transport, then that saves us a little bit of money. Anyway, if you would pull your cart to the side here, and he gestures toward alongside the museum instead of up front, we can talk there. Come along! Woohoo!
Let's go.
It kind of takes a little extra shaking and a little bit of kicking to get the mule to move, because the mule's just starting getting cozy. And then you just give a little bit of a boot, and it's like just a little bit of a snort and a glare before the donkey moves.
Torch this time has already made his move because he recognizes Sam and he remembers the day that he got picked up and held by like a plushie. So he's not keen on letting that happen again.
Solid maneuver. Solid maneuver. But with a little help, you managed to escort your cart over to the side of the museum, away from the entrance where a lot of other people are moving here and there. And eventually, you watch as the curator kind of reaches into his hammer space, very nearly fumbles, and pulls out something round covered in cloth. However, he doesn't give it to you immediately. He kind of moves it to one of his wings, and then he's going to head over to the side, and he's going to get a box, and he's putting it in the box. And it's one of those wooden crates where it's a small thing, but you just kind of lift open the lid, shut it, and then he hands you the box.
Hell yeah. Putting the box in the cart, I guess.
And we just wanted to avoid having it possibly crack along the way.
That's fair.
Now, do you have any idea what you'll be escorting by chance?
I'm gonna be honest, I
Uh,
have not a clue.
I was told it was some sort of orb.
In a manner of speaking, yes. It is a magical artifact that the Selunites have claimed needs returned to them immediately to be dealt with. They've already compensated us for travel costs as well as replacements, so you don't have to worry about possibly finding anything to replace it on the display. But they did have a few warnings for whoever was going to bring it to them.
Does it do something interesting?
That's the first warning, actually. First and foremost, don't ask what the orb does.
What does the orb do?
Second question, you get no answers if you ask what the orb does.
Why was your first instinct to ask what the orb does as soon as someone tells you not to ask what the orb does?
Because it's more tempting. It's like a button. That's when someone says, "Don't press that button." You want to press it.
Warning
Don't
3.
ask that
Ellie's just
question.
nodding her
What?
head along.
Warning 3. Warning 3. You are not to let the orb be damaged under any circumstances. There's no telling what it will do if it has been damaged along the way. Number 4. You are not to use the orb under any circumstances during transport. Number 5. Travel by daylight. Take shelter by night. Watch all of your doors, windows, and exits. Stay on the roads. And your final warning. Beware the eyes of Shar.
Well, this sounds a bit more complex, but I'm sure it's something that I can't handle.
I think
If
Ellie's
anybody would
raised
like to
her
roll a
hand.
religion check, would anybody like to roll a religion as soon as Shar is mentioned? Also, yes?
Yep. You sure it's not cursed?
I have been informed it is not cursed. However, I have been told that it has to be dealt with by the Selunites or it could pose a risk to others. So it is not cursed. It is just important.
Okay. Alright, I'm doing a combined religion again.
Whoa.
Is that the same rules? Wait, no, it's just looking up.
Nat 20, nice.
I
Okay,
know.
so-
I wish.
So how many people rolled for religion? Everybody?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go in
Mhm.
order. Candle.
Hi.
Number.
17.
Kita.
10.
Sam. Sam.
12. Didn't hear me?
No, the first time you didn't catch, you were like dead silent.
Oh, okay.
And finally, Torch.
21.
E.
Hey.
Okay, so 10 and 12, you don't have a clue what that means.
Fair.
17, you're remembering about the opposition that the Selunites face. The cult of Shar, goddess of shadows, dark, and the nothingness of the void that comes at the end of time. The nihilistic
Ooh.
one, the dark lady, lady of night. Her cult has been a rival to Selune's cult as long as the two have existed. So it is said, but stories tend to vary. Normally, it's the Selunites trying to stop the Sharans from doing anything, but sometimes you also hear the Sharans are just attacked out of nowhere for no reason, even if they're not doing anything, so you're not entirely sure which one to believe. Torch! You realize that the curator has written down the warning incorrectly. It is beware the dark eye of Shar, not the eyes of Shar. Because Shar's symbol ranges anything from a purple ring on a wall of black, making a black orb, or a feminine purple eye with a black pupil and eyelashes, normally stylized to look very minimalistic and symbolic, as opposed to just a realistic purple eye. This is a warning that is normally used in places where the cult of Shar might be active or possibly posing a danger. Of course, the danger depends, and it depends entirely on which subsect of the cult of Shar you run into. Sometimes it's as low as just trying not to travel at night or else you'll be harassed. Sometimes it's mind control, sometimes it's abductions, and sometimes it's assassins. The warning is normally used in the case of assassins.
Torch kind of immediately starts sweating.
Does Torch say anything, or does he stay shut?
Torch doesn't know if he should say anything.
Fair enough, he is just cartoon sweating, understood.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all the warnings. I do have a piece of paper with your directions on it. And he kind of just hands you what appears to be a little piece of parchment that has a simple but lovingly hand-drawn map of the area around Toontown and out into the wilderness. The path is a little unorthodox, though. You kind of have to admit it's a bit difficult to read. Sometimes you stay on the road, sometimes you stray from it for some reason. But eventually it leads to what appears to be an old abandoned church in the middle of the woods, which is
Are you completely sure that's where they want the orb to be returned to?
absolutely positive. It was a representative of Selune that spoke with me and gave me these instructions.
How come it goes off the road? I thought you said that one of the rules was stay on the road. So which one
Yes,
do we
one of them
follow?
was, but see, there's been a storm recently, and so part of the road has been blocked off. So you stay on the road and then have to go around the roadblock. Have you never had trees fall on your roads before?
It's happened.
Then you understand. The
That's
directions stay on the road for the most part. It just goes around where we know trees have fallen in the previous rainstorm. So just exercise caution.
Hmm.
But as long as you stick to this, you shouldn't get lost. Now, the base price that I've managed to negotiate with the rest of the staff at the museum is 250 gold per person if you can successfully deliver this to the Selunites. Sound good?
That sounds perfect to me.
Mm-hmm.
it's really good.
Wonderful. Now, once you make your delivery, make the safest route back to me with confirmation from the Selunites you've made your delivery. Once you bring back proof, I'll give you your pay, and you can go on your merry way. Like I've said, we've already replaced it on display, so we have no need for anybody to find another one, if there is another one. So, you'll be perfectly fine as long as you get it there, and don't travel by night according to the warnings. Not entirely certain why they put that, but I suppose it's just basic traveler safety.
Makes sense to me.
Torch knows exactly why, but he feels like it's important not to bring it up until like someone asks about it.
I think the twins are honestly just assuming that it's because it's an artifact of the moon and maybe it does something at night, so you don't want it to travel with it.
All right. I believe that's all the information you need, and you look like capable adventurers, so you can handle yourselves. We haven't had any talk of bandits or wild animal attacks in the area, so as long as you stick to your directions, you should be safe. I don't think you'll have anything to worry about.
Sam just nods and gives like a thumbs up.
All right. We're counting on you. Ta-ta! And with a little wave with a feathered hand, the curator waves you off.
Torch turns to everyone else. All right, I'm going to ask one of you to do something for me. I want one of you to sit on the box.
Sit on the box.
Why?
Why, yes. Well, if we happen to come across any unsavory sort of folks, we don't want them to suddenly assume that an unguarded box is some sort of treasure. So, so perhaps someone sitting on it might help secure it, as well as make sure it doesn't jostle around. You know?
Shut nut!
I don't mind doing it, but
How big is the box?
yeah, how big is the box? 'Cause
Do you know how big a normal crystal ball is?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a little big bat. It's about big enough for what one would call, and I'm saying this in reference to like a small box TV. You know, like the old vintage TV that's like a square. It's about big enough for that. The
Okay.
sphere inside is not as big, but it's wrapped up in a lot of cloth, so that way it doesn't break if it moves around.
So maybe someone small should sit on it. Looks at Torch.
Torch immediately glares at Sam.
Hey, but he's like, I have him as like 6'10", like I think it was like 275 pounds. I don't think he should sit on the box, even though he's willing to.
Ellie doesn't want to sit on the box because if they get into a fight, she wants to be in the fight. And Layla is just neutral on the matter. She doesn't really care right now.
Kita's just gonna sit down on the box.
Kitty sit.
Yeah.
Aw.
Now, who has the directions to the spot from the curator? One of you had to have grabbed it.
I mean, if no one else did, Ellie would have. I don't know if she should be the one reading it, but she would have taken them.
All right, so Ellie has the map. Kita's sitting on the box. Who's driving the cart?
I think Sam should be, because he has
Cowboy.
sort of
Yeah.
he's a cowboy. He has you know
3 plus
experience.
3 plus animal handling.
Hell yeah.
That'll still work. Okay, now, in reference to the cart, who is sitting next to Sam? Or if anybody isn't sitting next to Sam, who is all sitting in or on the cart?
Torch is sitting on the cart because he does not want to be anywhere near Sam.
Fair enough. You were
Fair.
just sitting on top of the. You were just sitting on the cart. Oh, Jesus, Barky.
I think the twins will sit up next to Sam if just because they've got the map, that would make sense.
All right.
Yeah.
And so you begin your travel. I assume you don't want to get lost or you don't want to risk damage to the orb, so you're going slowly, I take it?
Yeah.
Your first day of travel, following the directions, goes smoothly. You leave town and start heading along the road. And at first it's fairly crisp and clear. The hills are rolling, flowers are starting to bloom. My condolences to anybody with allergies. Allergy season's begun.
Torch sneezing in the background.
And
Excellent.
eventually you approach the forest, which your map says to take the road through. So you enter the forest. It's around when you get into the forest that the sun starts setting. And you need to decide how much farther you go before you decide to stop and make camp, or if you want to try and ride through the night.
All right. The instruction or the warning said do not ride through the night, so I think we should probably make camp somewhere safe.
Yeah. Ellie's just poking out her tongue like, oh, we never get to do anything fun on these things, but yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
All right. So you eventually. I'm not going to make you roll. Oh, we've lost. Okay, that's an audience member. That's fine. I thought it was a
Okay.
player for a minute. So I'm not going to make you roll for. Oh, Sassy, I can't let you out. They're moving furniture. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't let you out. I'm very sorry, baby. Honey,
Aw.
I'm
Aw.
sorry. I know you probably have to pee. I know. Okay, you know what? I'll be right back. I'm not even going to mute. I'm just going to check and see if. Yes, I know. Give me a moment. Excuse me. Is it okay to let the cats out? Okay. Go on, Sassy. There we go. Whoop. Let me put my headphones back. Okay, furniture movement is done. The kitties are now free to be out.
They're free.
Sassy is free to piss. I don't have a litter box in my room, and I'm not planning on one, so
Mhm.
Honestly valid.
it smells
Mhm.
insufferable enough in the bathroom and living room. I'm not putting a third litter box in my bedroom. No thanks. Anyway, who are you deciding to put on the night watch?
Torch volunteers himself.
Well, honestly, Layla will also volunteer. Just, yeah, that makes sense.
You can only put one on night watch.
Alright, fine. Then,
Well,
You
what
guys can rock, paper, scissors for it.
yeah,
you could do shifts.
yeah,
But
also
that's
that.
what I mean, yeah, but one of you at a time.
Okay. In that case, it's fine if Torch wants to take the first one.
Yeah, he'll take the first shift.
Cool. Now, before we continue, let's say, Nicho, would you roll 3d20 to see what happens to the weather?
Fun.
Yeah, did you really think you were going to go through a travel section without weather rolls? Buddy.
Yes.
Sorry to say no. Okay, let me look at your rolls. 10, 4, and 18. Okay, temperatures are normal. And let me double check. Where is this? Okay, this is the Dungeon Master's Guide. Okay, give me a minute. I have the physical book. We're bringing the book back out, children.
The book.
If you have the Dungeon Master's Guide, then flip to page. Flip to page 109. Now, the temperatures are normal, and you actually don't have any wind. Here's the problem.
Oh no.
You're going to have heavy rain. Here's what heavy precipitation does. Everything within an area of heavy rain is lightly obscured, and creatures in the area have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. It also extinguishes open flames and imposes disadvantage on perception checks that rely on hearing. So, knowing that, Torch, would you happen to roll your perception check at disadvantage?
All right.
Just don't get below a 10.
Mm-hmm. So how would I go with about a disadvantage?
Okay, you are going to roll 2d20 plus whatever your perception modifier is, and you're taking the lower one.
Seven.
11.
I was about to say, yeah, that's 7 plus 4.
11, yeah. It's like I like how as soon as Torch allows himself to take first night watch, it immediately starts just raining.
I think everyone goes inside and then the rain immediately starts pouring down.
At least he has Pebby.
Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so you have rolled an 11. I now need to roll for somebody.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
$11. So, Torch. You're kind of sitting there, and at first it's fine. You're kind of hoping to see the stars up there, but then you notice that the stars kind of start disappearing as the sky goes dark. And at first you think, man, that's a spooky dark night. And then you realize, oh, it's clouds. And then there's a cartoon flash of thunder and lightning, and the rain is just absolutely pouring on you in an instant. And it's like, oh, it's rain.
He has the most miserable, angry-looking expression. Like he would. He wished he made one of the twins sit out here instead of him. But what can you do? They're already asleep.
Oh, they're gonna get to it, don't worry. Now, you eventually manage to find a tree to sit under where you won't be absolutely soaked to the bone like a sad, wet dog. And you find a little comfort in Pebby, who is just sitting there in your pocket, googly eyes, just staring into nothingness, full of affection. And Pebby, even though Pebby also gets soaked by the rain, doesn't seem to lose any adhesion involving the googly eyes, so the eyes aren't at risk of falling off or anything. So that's nice.
If they did, he'd cry.
If they did, he would cry. I would cry too. I'm not going to do that to you. Now, unfortunately, the rain is very loud. And so it's difficult for you to discern what sound is in the rain or what sound isn't. Occasionally, you think you hear something like a twig snap, but you can't tell. Your perception meets something, but you're not sure if it's just an animal or not. However, nothing seems to happen to you, so you can choose whether to investigate or whether to just wake up the twins and let them deal with the problem while you go to sleep and dry off.
Or shrugs and goes inside to wake up the twins. He'd rather not stay out there longer than he needs to.
All right, you head into your cart, and how do you wake up the twins? Do you just like kick them awake or something? What do you do?
I'm thinking about it, and Torch, I feel, would probably flick their noses to get them awake. Wake
I'm
up.
kind of curious to see. I'm gonna roll con, maybe see how deeply they're sleeping. See if that works.
You don't have to. You can just
Eh.
say it succeeds.
Yeah, okay. It does succeed. It does take him a little bit. I think he's got to do it more than once.
If they were an adult, he'd probably full on slap them with a wake up.
Yeah. You managed to get them up. Ellie definitely looks very groggy, but Layla's already just sort of like nodding and moving outside. Stops at
You
the
also find out it is pouring rain.
stops at the entrance, looks at the rain, considers it for a moment, and then pulls her hood up, and then just walks out into it. Ellie continues just grumbling and just like, why? But yeah, she will follow.
Alright. Torch, you fall asleep without a hitch. It takes a little while for you to dry off, but I assume you just shake off the water onto everybody else.
He would, but also because he's soaked down to the bone, there's gonna be a lot of water, considering he also has a mane.
Oh yeah, no, just shook like a fucking lion, just shaking it off. Kita's wet. Sam is wet.
What do you think?
If they
you're
wake up into
doing?
that, if they wake up to that, he just kind of smirks.
Kita will just bap him. Like, not
Very wet.
painfully, but just that bap cats do to each other.
Yeah, just a little annoyed bap of hey. But eventually everyone else gets back to sleep, though now everyone else is a little damp.
He considers it revenge.
He volunteered
perception
for the first watch. Sorry, perception.
Perception
Yep.
at disadvantage.
Yeah.
And you're only going to roll for one of them, please.
All right. Okay, who's got the better
We're rolling
perception?
your twins as a unit here, because that's less confusing.
Yeah. All right. I am so disappointed that first one was a 19.
Okay. You don't notice anything. The rain is very loud, but you mostly just kind of spend the time trying to stay warm, though you do know for a fact that it extinguishes your campfire, so no campfire for you.
Can
But
I
there's
argue?
no wind.
Sorry.
Mm.
Can I just argue that you're welcome to say no? But Layla has the observant feat, but that doesn't apply to active perceptions. But if it's like a night watch, can I argue that it would apply here?
Let me double check the feat. No, afraid you cannot.
All right, worth a shot.
I had to double check the wording because interesting question. Answer's no. Sorry. But yeah, no, considering the rain came on very who the fuck is the cocky guy revving their engine on our country road? Asshole? I mean, at least they're doing it in the daylight and not at like 3 in the morning. Sorry, we live next to like a road with our farm. And sometimes when it's daylight at night, we get fucking assholes that like to rev their engines as they roll by, whether it's a car or a bike. In daylight, it's fine. Like, you know what? More power to you. 3 in the morning would be a stretch.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not 3 a.m. here. I'm just annoyed at hearing the revving engine. You don't notice anything. That doesn't mean nothing isn't there, but you don't notice it. You do notice a poor squirrel appears to have been absolutely soaked and is just hiding in a tree trunk. Just kind of similar to Torch, in that this poor squirrel was also caught unawares by the weather. So you're not the only one sopping wet, but the squirrel is just staying in the tree trunk, and it's watching you, which is cute, but you don't notice anything about it. You don't see anything, so you just eventually you kind of nod off. In a way, the rain is sort of therapeutic and eventually drums you right to sleep. The squirrel watches you for another moment as you nod off, and then turns to the cart and tilts its head. And while everyone is asleep, the squirrel just slightly scampers over, peers in, and then scampers back to the tree, up the tree, and away from the party.
Should we have someone roll for the third night watch?
There is no third night shift.
Oh.
You failed. You don't get to notice it.
Okay,
The good news
Most-
is you don't get ambushed yet.
most
Hooray!
most groups I do like generally do it in shifts of 2 hours each.
We're just doing 2 shifts here. We're not thinking about how much time it is. It's just 3
Okay.
would take a bit too long. So
Damn, the one person good at Night Watch doesn't get to do it.
next up on our list, Mia, would you roll 3d20 for the weather that you're going to deal with the next day?
Well, hey,
3d20. Let's see it.
I think I did that right.
11,
16.
16, and 3. Sorry, did you want to read it or?
No, you're good.
11 is normal temperatures. 16 is a light breeze, but the rain has stopped. Now, the only downside is you're kind of traveling through mud now, which your little animal driver does not like in the slightest, and looks all the grumpier for it. Your wheels kick up mud and water from freshly made puddles, but you eventually get back on your way again. Sam, would you roll me a survival check to stay on the path?
Yee-hoo.
Can Kita assist Sam?
Are you proficient?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, Sam, roll with advantage.
All right.
That's it.
For
No,
those that
Kita is not proficient. They're just a ranger.
Oh, well, you
Oh.
cannot assist then, so no advantage.
All right. I got a solid +3, so shouldn't be too bad.
I try not to speak it into existence because normally that tends to make the rolls fail, and a 13 actually fails, believe it or not.
Oh.
Forests, especially forests that are not in clear weather, have a DC of 15 to not get lost.
Okay.
Don't ask me, that's just the book.
Mhm.
So, you think you follow the directions, but the problem is you kind of had to. Well, the issue is the kids were kind of on duty, and they didn't really remember to protect it very well, so it's a little damp and muddy looking.
Sounds
You
about
can
right.
still read it. You can still read it a bit, but it kind of looks like some of the ink is bleeding through. You can't tell where one of these goes, but you're staying on the road. If you're staying on the road, that's on the right track, right?
Mhm.
And you definitely did not fall for somebody pulling the trick of turning a road sign the other way, and you went the way that you weren't supposed to, and then they turned the road sign back to normal. So you're definitely not lost. You are on the right track, for sure.
Mm.
Now,
Okay.
as you're looking at the map, you kind of think, huh, it's around this point normally you were supposed to run into the tree. Because they mentioned there was a road blockage at this point where they gave you directions to go off-road. You don't find a tree. You find something worse. An attack site.
Ta-da.
In the distance in front of you, you see a crime scene, essentially. Another overturned cart, similar to yours, but it looks like a proper trader's caravan. Several bodies of different tunes splayed out and around. A dead horse.
Oh
A few
no.
other dead animals. And lots of overturned goods that mostly imply they've been robbed. This crime scene completely blocks any further passage on the road unless you just want to try and ride around the crime scene. You cannot tell if the bodies are living or dead, however.
Sam, can you turn us around?
Hmm.
I
wonder, though.
need to roll an impulse control for Ellie. Yeah,
I
alright,
just
she's gonna she's going to the bodies.
Your boots stomp through mud as you hurry over, driven by concern for all these poor, injured-looking traders. Roll me a medicine check.
Alright. Okay. I don't think she's very good at that, but she's also not thinking about that at the moment. Yeah, that's a flat
And
0,
I assume
alright.
that's both of your twins?
No, it's just Ellie.
Okay. Is
Yeah,
anybody
sounds
else going
about
to
right.
try and stop Ellie, or is anybody going to go help Ellie with the bodies?
Hmm.
Torch is
Kita,
traumatized right now. He is reliving flashbacks. He's kind of like turned around so that way he doesn't have to keep looking at it.
Wisdom save,
Kita is
Torch.
going to try and distract Ellie with the power of cat.
All right, go for it, because it might work.
Okay, you go for
First-
distraction. Torch, wisdom save.
First, let's see what type of cat it is.
All right, how do I wisdom save? Teach me.
10.
That is 1d20 plus your wisdom saving modifier. Your saving throw should have its own unique modifier compared to the normal wisdom checks.
And what role would you say this is? Persuasion?
I would say persuasion or deception.
Well, they're the same, so I was going to do perception with a d4 thanks to
Persuasion,
guidance.
you mean?
Persuasion.
Yeah, this is not a perception roll.
So
17.
That'll
Kita just pulls out a little
That'll
cat
work.
dressed up like Ollie.
yeah. Congrats, you have successfully distracted her.
Before you can rush over and investigate the bodies, you notice the kitty. Actually, did you already make the medicine check before the distraction?
I did, but it's a 6, so honestly, it's probably what you can see from this far back.
Oh, you're not far back. We're gonna process what happens to you in a minute.
Good.
So, Torch, 17 succeeds.
16.
Oh, 16, my bad. So, 16 succeeds. You're briefly thrown back to the image of other toons, not necessarily dead, but still gruesome enough as if they could have been. Oil and paint everywhere. It's very, very familiar to you. And I'm certain the others don't understand why you want to ask them to turn around, even though this is clearly a caravan in need of assistance. Clearly. But in your mind, it just makes so much sense. Why would you want to stick around and help these people? Why
They're
would
already.
you, Torch?
It's already almost too late. Basically too late.
Now, Ellie,
Yep.
you already ran over and investigated the body.
I don't know if she, because Kita did manage to distract her with the cat, so I don't know
but
if
your
she made
medicine
it.
roll came first. Your medicine
okay.
roll came first. So if you had not rolled it first, I would have said it fully succeeded in keeping you from getting to the body, but unfortunately, this is going to help the bad guys instead.
Oh.
Hey! My twins are
So-
doing great this game.
As you go over to the body, you check its pulse, and you don't feel a pulse immediately. Though it takes you kind of a little bit to try and get through the clothes because this guy has a scarf and everything. He's very heavily bundled up. You don't think you feel a pulse at first. And then you hear a meow and you turn and Kita's pulled out a kitty for you. And you smile. And just as you're going to turn and go address the kitty, you feel an arm wrap around your neck and a hand over your mouth.
Cool.
The bodies aren't dead. Everybody roll initiative.
Yep.
Da-da-da-da.
And Ellie, you are immediately grappled, as this was a critical success based on the fact you were distracted by Kita.
Whoops.
Oh.
So, Kita, you watch as the body, the corpse that you thought was dead, sits up, opens its eyes, and grabs Ellie. Full force. Now, don't say out your initiative rolls yet, because I need to make another roll. Actually, how about we have our audience participate? Whoosh, buddy, would you like to roll me 2d6?
Oops, wrong one.
2d6 plus 2, that would be great. You think you can do that for me, Hoosh? If not, that's okay. I can do the roll. Okay, so that's going to be 4 plus 2. So currently, 6. Okay. Give me just a moment.
You know what? I'm swapping my dice. These ones haven't been very nice to me today.
That's fair. You're gonna have to stick with the rolls you got, but you can swap them since you've already rolled initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 of them. 6 of them. There we go. Now, I'm going to roll their initiative because they're going to move initiative as a group. So let me check. What is your dexterity modifier, my lovely, lovely little guys? Oh, you get a +3. Oh, good for you. Okay, so 19 for them. Okay, I'm going to ask for in order initiative, and I'm also going to write down. So, Candle.
Yep, I got a 7 for Ellie and a 3 for Layla.
Okay, next up, Nicho.
I got a 13 for Kita.
Mia.
4 for Sam. He's just so surprised. He thought he needed to help these people.
And Torch.
Torch has gotten a 6.
Now, here's what's going to happen. Firstly, what feat does Kita have again? Was it alert or observant?
They have alert. So they
Okay.
cannot be surprised.
That's good. You're the only one that is not surprised. So here's how this is going to go. Everybody else's turns pass. But before we get the surprise round completed, Kita, you at least see one body sit up and grab Ellie. And it is currently holding what appears to be a strange circular weapon to her throat, in a form of a threat, ready to slit at any convenience. She is grappled and held hostage. What would you like to do with your turn?
Let me just take a look. Just taking a look at my spells and.
Also keep in mind, you are sitting on top of the box that you were supposed to be protecting.
Yeah. So they're just gonna quickly shoot the creature.
Well, calling it a creature's a bit much. It's a humanoid toon, just like you.
Okay. Well, Kita's gonna shoot the toon. With their with their heavy crossbow.
Okay, heavy is going to require use of both of your hands then.
Mm-hmm. That's a 21.
21 will hit.
And let's see. This is a reflex attack. So that they haven't thought to put on Hunter's Mark, so this is just a D10 plus a D6 plus 4. That's no
One
wait.
damage.
Ignore the D6, so that is a total of 6 damage, and make me a strength save instead.
Why?
Kita's going to use a different effect for their swarm.
Which is...
They must make a strength saving throw or be moved up to 15 feet of my choice.
Okay, as a heads up, that's going to move Ellie too.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's not going to remove the grapple, it's just going to move him.
Never mind then.
Well, I'm still going to for it. Still gonna roll for it. A 13, I assume, fails or succeeds.
Just fails.
You push both the assassin holding your friend hostage and your friend 15 feet in a direction.
They're gonna move them towards the back, away from the other possibly assassins.
Okay, back would be toward the caravan. Are you trying to move it forward for you?
Yeah. Well, they're moving them away. Oh, well, towards our group.
Okay. 15 feet closer. Cool. Is that your turn?
And then as a bonus action, do I have anything I can do with a bonus action? As a bonus action, they're going to throw a hunter's mark on that guy.
You've activated your VATS highlight system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your turn?
Yep.
Cool. Now, before they could even make their demands, you already shot one of them, and one of them happens to be holding a small child they can slit the throat of at any given moment. So I need to make a morality check to see whether this fucks up or not. Okay. So, before you shot them, the assassin was going to open their mouth to speak. And then you shot them and started dragging them towards your group. They still held Ellie in arms. So they give you a look and their eyes narrow. And they get just close enough that you can finally hear them say, "Fine. If that's the way you want it." And this is going to be an attack with advantage on Ellie. So 2d20 plus 5. Now these things get multi-attack, so if this misses, don't worry. I have 3 more.
Oh dear.
What the
Oh
fuck?
no. Well,
Yeah,
Does
that's
a
gonna
24
hit.
hit?
Yep.
It's going great.
I was really
They're
excited.
ninjas!
This
They
is
have multi-attack
amazing.
of unarmed attacks! What do you think? So, here's what happens. And I'm gonna do a coin flip. Allow me to just pull up, what happens is this. The assassin draws the chakram back, which briefly cuts at Ellie's cheek, and then pulls out something small and sharp and stabs it into Ellie's neck. Ellie, con save.
Alright. It's not great. That's a 2.
That
So
is
12.
not a roll.
Yeah, that
That
was
is not a
supposed to be
roll.
that was supposed to be a 2, not an at. So that's a 12.
12 fails.
Yeah.
Now here's the good news. You don't die. The bad news is they don't know that, because you've been poisoned. And the last thing you see before Ellie goes completely unconscious, put to sleep, is your body being carefully lowered to the ground before the assassin claps their hands together and drops their disguise, revealing themselves for what they are. In a puff of smoke, you see them, a light figure clad in rather snug but comfortable-looking dark clothes of black with purple accents. A mask over their face depicts, well, in truth, a void at first, completely pitch black in paint, with a feminine purple eye with a black pupil and eyelashes painted on the front. To the rest of you, you haven't immediately checked the body. It looks like Ellie just got stabbed to death with a single dart.
Cool. No mercy.
And that first assassin is then going to move toward Sam, who is on the front of the cart. And they leap over the poor donkey, who is looking incredibly frantic about this, by the way. So your cart is not in good condition. And is going to make 2 more unarmed attacks toward you.
Okay.
I like the point. Kita is still standing on top of the box. They are
Yeah,
just...
they haven't gotten to the box yet. Don't worry. This is just one out of the ninjas. There are
Out of
others.
How many?
Oh, well, let's check what Hoosh rolled, shall we? Hoosh got 6. So that's 1, 3, plus 2. So you have 6 assassins.
You sure? I thought that's a 4.
Well, yeah, Hoosh didn't add the plus 2.
Ah, okay.
I said plus 2 during, I said plus 2 out loud, and it was not added, so.
Okay.
It is a 4 plus 2. So you are going to be taking 2 plain old unarmed attacks with a plus 5 to hit.
Mhm.
That is the wrong thing. Hang on. Also, if it's not very obvious, have any of you played Breath of the Wild?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been ambushed by the EGAD clan. Congrats. Okay, so does a 24 hit, Sam?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and let me double check since you are still surprised. Give me just a minute. Okay. So your first attack hits. The second one, comically enough, fails, but we're gonna do the damage of the first one. So that's gonna be. You take a grand total of 4 bludgeoning damage as you are sucked in the face with a martial arts move. The next hand strike they go for, however, you dodge. Though whether it's intentional or whether it's just you swaying from being dizzy is very unclear.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to roll a 1d2. 1, it uses the dart on you. 2, it doesn't. Okay, you're taking 1 more attack to the face. 22.
22 hit.
You take a grand total of 4 more bludgeoning damage. You are kicked in the chin.
Okay.
So that is the first of the ninjas. Now we have 3 others, and one of them happens to be sitting pretty in the cart. So give me just a moment.
And that's the one that is surrounded, I believe.
Well, you're all surrounded. Again, though. Okay, so one of them has moved toward the caravan with the intent of knocking out, though you don't immediately realize this. Another 2 are going to go after Layla. So, Layla, there's a moment, a puff of smoke, 2 more of the bodies you were hoping to investigate turn into more of the assassins and jump you. You are going to be taking 8 multi-attacks. Well, it's just 2 multi-attacks, but it's just 8 hits.
She wasn't going towards the bodies. I did mention
No,
that.
she wasn't. No, I know she
Alright.
wasn't. I'm just saying, like, what you were looking at before.
Yeah, alright,
Because, you know,
fair.
your twin
Just
was over
checking.
there? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to be taking... We're going to go with the first 6 unarmed attacks and then 2 attempted dart strikes.
Alright.
So 60, 20 plus 5. Now, as you notice, they're martial artists, but they're not actually very strong, physically speaking. It's just a matter of they're aiming to knock you out. Be thankful I didn't go with the original roll, which would have had them just slit your throat outright. I felt that would have been a bit. Would have been a bit cruel at the moment.
Yeah.
Later, maybe, but not right now. Okay, so first roll is a 16.
Sorry, let me just check.
Yeah, it's Layla.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. 24.
That'll hit.
13.
That'll hit.
Ha-
Her
18.
armor class is 12. She's not supposed to be in the
Oh.
middle of a fight. And currently,
Okay.
we haven't been able to do anything.
You've been surprised, unfortunately. So that's going to be 64 plus... Six unarmed bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, Layla's down.
Now, you are not rolling death saves. They are not actually aiming to kill you. So, Layla, you are unconscious just like your twin. How fitting. Next up, 2 more of them are going to go for Torch. Hi, Torch.
Torch, I imagine, is kind of very stunned at the fact that what he thought was, well, not really that I can speak. That what he was assumed to be another one of his, very traumatizing memory reels. He's just kind of sitting there blinking, so very confused, but also growing pissed.
Okay, I'm going to read off each attack and you tell me if it hits or not. 22.
Hits.
7.
Misses.
13.
Barely misses.
9.
Misses.
14.
Just hits.
Okay, so you're only going to take 2 of the unarmed bludgeoning attacks first, and then they're going to try 2 darts on you. So
Wouldn't the
you're going
dart
to
be
take
an
2d4
attack?
plus 6. Oh, that's max damage. They really wanted to beat the shit out of you. So 14 total bludgeoning damage as you are kicked and swatted. You are caught in the middle of a martial arts movie. Unfortunately, you were the crony being beat up.
Oh no.
One of them is going to go for 1 more unarmed strike. But a 9 will miss. The other one is going to go for a dart, which is the same thing you just saw them pull out on poor Ellie before Ellie fell over. 16.
Which hits.
Okay, you're going to take damage, and then I need you to make me a con save, okay?
Alright.
You are taking 4 piercing damage. It's barely a pinprick.
$19.
19 succeeds. You take no poison damage and do not fall unconscious. And as you're sitting there, you kind of realize, hey, wait, why did I get pricked by a dart, but I didn't fall over, but Ellie did? What? And then there's one more. And this is going to be an athletics check against you, Kita. So roll me athletics.
Athletics. Is this to resist being shoved?
In a manner of speaking, not quite.
Okay.
This is to resist you just casually having the box lifted out from under your ass.
That's a 13. Peter is not strong.
Okay, and because you didn't see this guy till the last second, 2d20 plus 4, 19.
That beats.
So you're focusing on this, and you think Ellie has just fallen over dead in front of you, but you don't know that she hasn't. You also notice that Torch has also been pricked by one of the darts, but hasn't fallen over, which is odd. And as you're distracted by this, there is just a little sound, and you kind of have to pause a moment, and you look, and you are sitting on air, and then you fall flat on your ass. There's like a dotted line where the box used to be. The assassin that took the box, you see the painted eye in the mask actually express itself into something of a grin, just a look of delight. And then it does a little hand gesture and teleports 30 feet away into the dark.
Okay, is this the same one? No, this isn't the same one Kita used Hunter's Mark on.
No, it's not. This was assassin number 6, the one that snuck up behind the caravan while you were occupied.
Okay, then.
Now, back to the top. Layla, you are asleep. But you're not bleeding out, so you're just schnoozing. Honk shoo. Me.
This is Ellie.
Ellie is not in initiative at the moment. Ellie is unconscious. I'm talking Layla.
Layla got 0 hit points.
Yes, I know. Layla is also sleeping. You're not making death saves, I said.
Alright.
So I'm just narrating the fact that you are asleep.
Alright.
You know, unconscious.
Yeah.
Sam, you have an assassin in front of you, and you haven't noticed yet that your package has been stolen.
He's gonna
But the
fight him.
assassin in front of you is injured.
He's gonna fight him.
Okay, cool. Roll the hit.
Okay.
Also, up close, you do realize he is a she.
Hey, I'm gonna fight her.
Fair enough.
Can we get the initiative order list, please?
Yeah? Why?
Just so it's easier to take track of.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the roll zone. I can also put it in the player chair real quick so it's not lost.
Okay, so the ninjas just. Okay, I'm.
The ninjas just went, and your surprise round already passed, so you were nobody else is surprised.
Okay, so wouldn't it be?
It's Sam. Layla is out.
Isn't this in the wrong order?
No, it's not. Ellie rolled a 7, Layla rolled a 3, Sam rolled a 4, Torch rolled a 6, Kita rolled a 13, Ninjas rolled a 19.
Yeah, but you said Layla and then Sam. Isn't that the wrong order? Isn't it backwards?
No? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, okay. Here's
Alright.
okay. Let me explain, because I'm slightly confused by the way you're doing. Because normally would go. The ninjas would have just gone. Then.
Yeah.
Wait, are we on turn 1 or turn 2?
We are on the next turn. We're back to Layla. And then back to
wouldn't-
Sam.
Wouldn't Kita have gone then?
No. You went. You already had your attack. You went before the ninjas.
It was
Yeah.
a surprise turn, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're now on a new round.
Yes, I don't get what's confusing about this.
So top of initiative order would be ninjas, Kita, then Ellie.
No. We go from... No, actually, you're correct. We have unfortunately gone in reverse. That's my bad. I mean, if you want the ninjas to go first and then kick your asses, I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
I assumed that was their turn then.
Fair enough. Okay, I guess we're flipping it. Ninjas get to go first. You're taking more punches to the face. Whoopsies.
I'm just very confused.
No, it's fair. I got the numbers mixed up. That's my mistake. Okay,
I think
so
the ninjas got a surprise round, correct? Is that what that
Yes.
was?
Yes, they got a surprise round, and Kita was the
Then-
only one that was not surprised, so Kita got to move with them.
Yeah, so technically the ninjas should have gone first before Kita.
Hmm.
Then that's my mistake. All right, we've acknowledged it. Let's move forward. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just we have acknowledged it's been backwards.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Sam, you're gonna take 4 more punches to the face.
Okay.
So, this is players' chat. This is not roll zone. Oh, that's a nat 20. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So nat 20 plus 5. Then
Yeah,
a
that-
12.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
A dirty 23.
That hits.
And a 9 misses. So you're going to take 2 more hits. So 2d4 plus 3.
Okay.
You take a grand total of 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
That's your assassin done. The 2 that had previously knocked out Layla are going to Kita. Or at least they're about to. But when they happen to get the signal from their buddy that the package has been retrieved, they pause, kind of smirk at each other with their eye-only masks, and then they also do the hand signal and also teleport into the dark. 2 more of the ninjas disappear. Then there's going to be the ones that are on Torch. Hey, buddy.
Yep.
So these 2 are... You're at the front, so you're not in immediate view of the fact the package has been retrieved. So... Well, you're more on top than anything else, but still, close enough to the front. So you're going to be taking... Let's see. 1 assassin. So 15, 19, 19, 9.
All right. The first 3 hit. The last one misses. But I would also like to use my ability Uncanny Dodge.
Okay. Remind me what that does.
Starting at the 5th level, when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use a reaction to half the attack's damage against you.
Okay, cool. Let me roll it first. You take 15. You're taking 7. Because you can't divide 15 in half without getting a decimal, so you're just taking 7, which is half of 14.
Yep.
So you take 7 bludgeoning damage. And
May I also use Cunning Action to have Torch whip out his dagger and try to stab someone?
no, you can't do that. It's
Aw.
not your turn. It's not your turn.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Cunning actions cannot be used on enemy turns. They can only be used on yours.
Okay.
And the assassin, Kita, you just see the glimmer of the mask as the assassin dashes away into the forest and out of sight. With your package. The package you were protecting is gone. It's your turn, by the way, Kita.
Alrighty. So the one with the package is gone.
The package you're protecting is gone, yes.
Where's the one that Kita Hunter's marked?
In front of Sam, currently beating the crud out of him.
Okay, then.
Also, I'm putting initiative in correct order. Again, apologies. I was just going from top to bottom. Completely forgot I put you in lowest to highest. And Ellie and Layla are both down and out. You can at least tell that Layla's unconscious. You can't tell the same for Ellie. Again, apologies for earlier. I didn't realize I'd written them in the wrong order, so. I wasn't trying to be rude or snappy, I just didn't understand what was confusing. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Here is your updated initiative order now that Ellie and Layla are currently napping.
Correct. Me.
Okay. And let's see. Are they close enough that Kita will have disadvantage using ranged?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Your cart is not very big, so.
Kita is going to try and use Primal Savagery on the
Okay.
one they hunters marked. So that is a cantrip attack.
Mm-hmm. Takes an action.
Yep. Fuck. Wrong channel. God damn it.
It's okay. We don't count rolls in the wrong channels. You're good.
Okay, that's an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
And let me just pull up.
The armor class of these assassins is 15.
So, everyone, you'll watch as Kita's claws just triple in length, kind of dripping with ink. And they take, because this is against the one I hunters marked, 2d10 plus 2d6. 23 damage.
This does numbers to this assassin. And you hear a cry of pain from under the uniform as you send ink flying. I believe that's the end of your turn?
Are they still standing?
Yes, they are.
Cool. Now they bonus action. They're going to activate Starry Form, the Archer to be exact, as all the sort of galaxy star stuff in the bulb on their waist spreads to the rest of them, and as a sort of starry crossbow appears in their other hand, and they make a ranged attack.
You are within melee range?
Yeah, so rolling with disadvantage. So that is a 19.
19 will hit. Roll your damage.
1d8. Real quick, let me just check. Okay, so it's just a d8. And 7 radiant damage.
Radiant, their least favorite. With a resounding ping, you strike the assassin right in the head, and it falls backward unconscious.
Nice.
You have knocked out one assassin, which is still just slightly twitching. I believe that's the end of your turn now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ellie is snoozing. So Ellie's turn passes. Torch! You have 2 perfectly healthy-looking assassins on you.
Mm-hmm.
But you did notice that Kita managed to knock one of them out.
Torch is going to pull out his short sword and attempt to strike one of them.
Cool, roll the hit.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
I
even
don't
though I'm
really
calling
know.
even though I'm
Mm.
calling them assassins, I'm not using the assassin stat block because that is a little bit rough for hitting you guys. So we are using the Hobgoblin Iron Shadow stat block since that fits the ninjas best.
Hmm.
So they have an armor class of 15. That's what you gotta hit.
Man, it misses. Which I
You
wouldn't be
are bl-
surprised.
You are blocked by one of them pulling out another one of those bladed circles. And you just hear a little feminine giggle mocking you.
Oh, he hates that. And
You can do better than that, Torch.
yeah. Shut the fuck up, Sam. and
He's trying
to
trying to motivate you.
Torch doesn't view it that way. So since I now can use cunning action, he's going to take out a dagger and then proceed to try and stab the assassin.
Let me double check cunning action real quick. I don't remember if attack is part
I
of it
don't-
or not.
Actually,
One
I don't
moment.
think so because it's dash, disengage, and hide. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say.
If you are
Yes.
dual wielding, you can make a
You can make an attack with your offhand,
yeah.
but your offhand will not have your proficiency modifier and will not have extra damage.
It has your efficiency modifier, just doesn't have extra damage.
Okay, my bad. So, are you dual wielding?
I don't think so.
Okay, so no offhand attack, but you learn. You learn for the future.
Yeah.
So, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Sam, the ninja that was fighting you is now unconscious on the ground, and you just hear a groan. Oh.
That's the ninja?
Yeah. The other
Alright.
two are still fighting Torch and have not yet
Alright.
gotten the immediate signal of retreat.
Yeah, he's gonna go over and lend a hand.
Alright, smack-a-deck one.
Smackadeka with his cool Warrior's Pass key.
Oh, your Keyblade, right!
Yes! Yes, his Keyblade.
I still love the fact you have one now.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll defeat you with the power of friendship and this giant key!
Yeah. Not slash R. So he's gonna swing his Keyblade and
Well, now I'm just tempted to pull a Kingdom Hearts fight music instead of the Breath of the Wild fight music.
I think Link and Sora would be friends.
Oh, of course, of course. I mean, have you seen Super Smash Brothers? They would be.
They would be gremlins.
That was one attack, but he gets 2.
Uh-huh. So the 8 gets blocked.
Mhm.
So let's see the other one.
Oh, power of
The
friendship is
exact
not
same
working.
number.
Yeah.
Chris, the power of friendship does not work with Torch.
The
I
power
guess
of friendship
so.
is not successful against steel. There's some sparkles that fly as your blades connect, but you are blocked by perfect spheres of steel, these ringed blades. If you've never seen a chakram, it's essentially just you hold it with a handle in the middle, but it is a circle of steel. Not like a buzzsaw, it's more like a ring of steel, but it's polished to a killing point.
Mhm.
And these are very spiny looking ones. So you notice they haven't been using the chakrams against you and have been instead just punching and kicking the shit out of you.
These
But
guys
yeah,
are
your
good.
attacks are blocked and you just skip. Do you want to keep trying? I could do this all night. But that is Sam's turn.
Mhm.
Layla is out. And at the top of the order, the other one kind of pauses and then nudges the other shoulder and go, "No time for that. We got what we came for. Come on." And, come on. But what about, oh, it's fine. They're not going to get anything out of her. And The first one does the same hand signal as before and disappears into the shadows. The second one kind of looks between you and between the unconscious assassin on the ground, rolls the eye, and then does the same hand signal looking directly at you, Sam, and kind of makes a feint as if she's going to strike your face one more time before she disappears. Con save not to flinch.
Con save?
Yeah, con save.
Okay.
This is purely just for show. She is purely just being a little bit of a dick.
Okay. Let's see. Where did I put it? Summary. There we go. Okay. Con save not to flinch. Okay. No.
You don't flinch. She disappears in a puff of smoke. You blink, but that's not a flinch.
Mm-hmm.
You are left alone with your slightly damaged cart, your slightly irritated and scared-looking donkey, which is very much debating whether to run off with your cart or not, and an unconscious assassin on the ground.
Mm.
Layla is also knocked out, but you don't know if Ellie is knocked out or not, because you saw her get stabbed with a dart, but you also see a torch get stabbed with the same dart and didn't fall.
Mm.
Would anybody like to medicine check Ellie?
Yeah, okay.
I think Sam will check on the donkey because he has animal handling. He's like, then he'll
Yeah,
be
go
like,
ahead, roll for it.
Shush, shush, shush. It's okay.
Okay, so animal handling for Sam and medicine for Kita.
That is
Shush,
a
it's okay.
dirty 20.
Me too.
How many
Wait,
dice
no.
did you add to that medicine check? What the fuck?
D20 plus wisdom plus guidance.
You didn't mention casting guidance on yourself.
Okay, so that's 19 then.
Yeah, 19 will still succeed, but next time you need to say if you've cast something.
Yep, sorry.
So 19 succeeds, and you realize, oh, thank God, Ellie's breathing. Ellie is just unconscious, however, and no amount of shaking wakes her up immediately. She just stays unconscious. And with a 15 on Sam's part, you successfully calm down the old broad as the donkey just kind of snuffs and snorts, but eventually you know the right places to pet for her to calm down. And you do know she kind of likes you a little bit more than the other EGAD members. You're a little more experienced with animals, so that grumpy old lady does settle for you and just kind of butts her head against you a bit for comfort.
Mm-hmm.
But, Kita, you do know that Ellie is not dead. Ellie's just not waking up immediately. To be fair, Layla is also knocked out, so the twins are out for the count and your package is gone. But you do have one unconscious assassin.
Anybody got a rope?
I
So
got
you
one.
also note that the unconscious assassin is slowly bleeding out. You did attack it very viciously earlier, and I'm going to start making death saving throws.
Okay, Kita will attempt to make a medicine save to save them.
Okay, that is also one successful death save.
And they're going to add guidance. Which is a cantrip.
Uh-huh. I'm familiar with what it is, just thank you for saying it this time. A 25 succeeds. They are stable, and their death saves reset.
Alright, tie them up.
Torch pulls out his rope and sits up the assassin and ties her to a tree, but also makes sure that she can't move her hands.
Okay, roll
For the
me
ninja
a
signs.
roll me the sleight of hand to see how good your not tying is.
Kita will give you.
Damn it.
Admittedly, it is a bit late to say you can assist on a roll like a 5.
Yeah.
You think your knots are pretty good.
They're not.
In parentheses. in parentheses, it's like, you think your knots are great. In parentheses, they're not.
If anyone would like to adjust Torch's not
It would
while
be
he's
it has to
here.
be perception to notice it first, though.
Can I
Yeah.
make perception? What perception check?
Just roll a perception. It's not raining, so you make a normal perception check. Just see if you notice. If you nat 1, I'm gonna laugh, though.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
that's
keep add-
fine.
I'm gonna keep adding guidance to the rolls.
Uh-huh.
That's a 27.
That was hardly necessary at that point. But yeah, you noticed it. Torch is very proud of himself for his knot tying skills. Those are knots that a toddler could do better, though.
So
You
Keith-
have seen toddlers do better. You've seen kittens do better on accident.
So Kita's just gonna stare at Torch, and then just poke one of the knots.
And it just
I
goes
assume it-
undone.
Because
Torch's pride is hurt.
may I try, please?
Fine, whatever. But make sure her hands are not anywhere near each other.
Alright, Nicho, Kita's gonna be the last one to try. If your knots aren't that great, you're not gonna notice, and she is going to wake up. So, you were
Okay.
the last one to try the knots.
First things first. Kita's gonna reach into their hammer space
Alright, 1d10.
to pull out some mittens. I was gonna
Oh.
slip them over their hands. And then they're gonna quickly tie. So this is sleight of hand.
Yep.
Get with guidance, please.
Admittedly, your mittens are a little small for their hands, but they still cover the fingers at least.
That's fine.
Now, admittedly, this may not stop them from doing any signs of the mittens, but it is going to confuse them. So it's a start. And
That's
at
a
12,
12.
you think it's good. You think. But nobody can double check for you as you hear another. And the assassin's head kind of rolls forward as she finally comes to consciousness, and the eye on the mask opens. She sees you, and the eye opens up fully, and she goes dead silent.
Torch kneels down. All right. You know the fact that your friends have already abandoned you. But
The eye narrowed towards you.
what?
Continue.
Click. Look at me like that. You and your little escapades stopped us from getting our money. So, here's how it goes. Either I or my buddies will make you talk,
Crackles.
or you can talk willingly.
Sam, roll intimidation. And I'm saying Sam first before Torch.
Mhm.
So, both of you. Torch, are you going for intimidation or persuasion?
I'm gonna go for persuasion because that's higher.
Okay, you're persuading.
Wow.
You crack your knuckles, and you crack something in your hand you didn't mean to, and you hurt yourself instead.
Oh,
You know when you try to pop your knuckles and you just pop the wrong
That is
one?
a dirty 20.
So she watches Sam try to be spooky, and then it's the wrong crack, and Sam just cringes in pain. The assassin's mask just looks unamused as the eye turns back to you. Money's of no concern to us. If you want paid better, you can just talk to the boss man about it. No need to worry the museum.
Very fair, very fair. However, it's not like your buddies are going to be coming back for you anytime soon. They left you without a second thought. You know that, right?
Yes, I'm aware. It's how we're trained, son.
Hmm.
I'm fully prepared to die here. I don't need rescued. But it would be a shame if you were to go without being paid. If you want, you could try and negotiate with my leader, and he can see about paying you double or triple what they pay you at the museum for escorting the silly little bull.
That depends.
So your boss is willing to pay us 1,000 GP each?
He's got a lot of money. He might be willing if you tell him why.
Well,
He's
that's
very
the base rate.
charitable compared to other leaders.
I don't feel right about this.
Peter's going to try and
Uh-huh.
make
I don't
Peter's
trust
trying
him.
to deceive this captive into thinking that, they're being paid 1,000 GP to deliver the orb.
Okay, roll deception.
Yeah, keep. So that is 1d20.
And nobody else caught onto it, so you will not get assistance in deception. But roll for it.
And I'm not gonna. It doesn't make. That's an 8.
She gives you a look. Sweetheart, I know how much they're paying you. 250 a head, right?
No, it's 1,000.
That's not the confidence of a small cat being paid 1,000. You want to know the confidence of a cat paid in thousands, you talk to the boss.
Hmm.
I'll give you nothing else. But it would be a shame if you would go unpaid for your services.
How do we find your boss?
Well, I could take you to him.
I wouldn't trust her with it as far as I can throw her. She's part of the very unwillingly warning that so kind little museum man told us about. The very last warning he gave us, remember? So I
Right.
wouldn't.
What was it that Selunite tried saying to him? Would you quote it for me, son? I'm going to roll her sleight of hand. And then deception first and then sleight of hand. So 1d20 plus 6. No, it wouldn't be deception, it would be stealth, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. 1d20 plus 5. So it's just like, what was the last line he told you? What was that little warning? And we're
Could
gonna
I
roll
make
sleight
a
of hand.
perception check?
Not actively yet, no.
Okay. I was
If
gonna
a
say
20 doesn't
just.
breach anybody's passive perception, nobody notices yet.
Sadly, you just beat Kita's passive.
Sleight of hand is going to be 1d20. Plus 3, since she is hiding the movement of her hands. 16.
Could I argue disadvantage because of the mittens?
Yeah, I'll give that. A 10 is still going to at least succeed in getting at something. Not getting out of the rope, but getting something. Nobody notices yet. What was that little warning, son?
Okay, this is out of
And-
character, but I already forgot.
Beware the dark eye of Shar.
Gotcha. That last little warning was about you and your little cult. The one that's opposing against the Selunites, I believe. So it said to beware of you all. Beware of the eye. So
That's not
What
the
would
right
happen if I
quote
took-
here.
what would happen if I took away your eye then? That pretty little mask of yours can't hide much, can it?
It can't hide much, but there's nothing that I can lose that you can have. Every part of me, body and soul, has been dedicated to Shar. Any damage you do is nothing in comparison. My eyes are already hers. My voice, my hands, even my elegant dancer's grace. Every step I walk is dedicated to following her shadow. Let's see. 1d20 plus 5. Mm-hmm. Let me pull up the description. I believe that's your hemp rope, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so hemp rope.
It has 2 hit points and can be burst with a DC 17 strength check.
She's not using strength.
Huh.
There's nothing you could take from me that isn't already hers. You could spill as much paint as you want, and it would only satisfy you. Nobody else. And she's just going to hold up her mittens and the blade in her hand. No longer tied. She's still tied to the tree, but she's just holding up the fact that she got through that, at least. Waggles the little mittened fingers.
He is just going to just going to try and bat the knife out of its hand.
I imagine it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to hold on to something with mittens.
Contesting athletics.
Contesting. Can I argue sleight of hand?
No.
You're making
It's
a lot of
athletics.
arguments.
You've got a grip on it.
Advantage?
No.
Oh.
You just have to beat a 17. You swat, and she just gives... That mask has... It has nothing but this hand-painted stylized eye. It just gives you the most sympathetic look. Oh, kitten. Good try. And she's not actually treating you actively like a threat. She just kind of cuts the rope open and just stands up. Puts the knife away. If you want to see my boss, I can take you to him. There's no need for any of this.
Torch looks at the others before looking back. All right. Let's see what your boss has to offer.
I have one
Wonderful.
more strategy I'd like to try. And that's gonna pull the assassin into a hug
What?
and just start petting this shoulder.
Okay.
What
What
Torch
roll
is-
are you trying to make here? Politely asking.
They're trying to use comfort to defeat this enemy. Because
Okay.
she said pain would never work. And comfort is the opposite of pain.
You know what? Roll me persuasion, and I'll make a wisdom save to be whatever your persuasion is. You don't get to add anything to it from magic. You're just making a persuasion check.
Yeah.
14. Wisdom save is a +2.
That's it. My bad, that's meant to be a 13. Mixed up charisma and wisdom.
Okay, so gotta beat a 13.
Resist cat hug.
She stands there for a moment, and admittedly, you are fluffy, but you're not as fluffy as her boss. So she pats you on the head, and then very effortlessly pries you off with one hand.
Whatever you're doing,
Considering-
Cat, just stop it. We're not going to get
Considering
any farther with what already happened. Also, I do have a question for you, Miss whatever your name is. I don't really know, and I don't particularly care. What was that you injected into me and Ellie, the child?
Yes, I noticed you didn't fall asleep. It was just a sleeping poison. It just would have knocked you out. Would you have rather I slit the child's throat instead?
Not really.
I would have preferred not. Really, I was wholly willing to negotiate just you handing over the artifact over the child's safety, but then one of you happened to shoot me.
Torch
And I
kind of
think
looks over.
negotiation was off the table.
Torch kind of
panic.
looks over at Kita. Well, it's not. It's, you do have to admit if someone got grabbed, it would. I can speak. That's out of character. I can speak.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to admit, as people who are outside of your cult, it would be a bit more jarring to suddenly see a child that you are traveling with to suddenly get grabbed with the weapon held to their throat.
Yes, but normally people's reactions are to try and negotiate for their safety, not shoot the one that has a blade to their neck.
That's
I could
a
have very
concern.
easily killed her on the spot. And who would have been to blame? You.
I was hoping to have knocked you back. Normally, people don't have as much a good grip in that situation.
We are peak physical form when it comes to our work. It would take a little more than a little bit of caterwauling to get us to move. Nice try, though, kitten. And now, everybody do me a favor and blindfold yourselves. I'm not taking you there with your eyes open.
Are we gonna like wake up the twins or?
They're already asleep, so why not just let them sleep?
We can't just leave them in the woods.
Well,
I never said that we were going to leave them behind. You can carry them if you're so willing.
you
Ow.
could carry them, and it's not like the little one is going to wake up for some hours now. The sleeping poison works for a grand total of anywhere from 1 to 6 hours. By the time you wake up, you've had a lovely little short rest, and you're completely unaware of what attacked you. It's a lovely little concoction. Also, it cures hangovers, but we've learned not to use it for that purpose.
I see.
What's a hangover?
Don't worry
You'd
about
rather
it,
not want to
kitten.
know.
Now, before we proceed further, time for a break!
Okay.
We've passed by the hour mark. It's time for everybody to take a break, go to the bathroom, get yourself hydrated, get yourself food, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back after these messages. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I feel very bad.
Showtime! So she asks you all to blindfold yourselves. And you can carry the twins with you if you wish. But you just need to be blindfolded.
Yeah.
Okay, Kita's gonna try and pull a sneaky.
Oh, really?
In
Well-
plain view of her? Oh, let's see.
Well, here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna use one of the new druid features that lets you swap out one charge of your wild shape to summon a familiar from the surrounding area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm flavoring it as one of their cats. So, while Kita blindfolds themselves, they're going to be seeing through the cat's senses.
Okay. Roll me a deception and try and hide you casting the spell.
Deception, I am not good
It
at
still
that.
counts as a find familiar casting, so...
Does anyone want to try and help?
You cannot help hide a spell with this. This is up to you, Kita.
Okay.
Assistance in deception of other roles is fine. You cannot assist in hiding a spell.
That's a 7.
Okay. You don't think she notices. Your cat just kind of lounges on your shoulder. The mask gets a gleeful look in its eyes. Everybody's blindfolded. And then reaches a hand, snaps the fingers, and centered on your bowl, an orb of darkness takes the entire party. Your cat can no longer see. Seven does not beat a passive of 12. She noticed immediately.
Damn it.
Your summon is still summoned, of course, so she leads you with her voice rather than anything else, and your cat cannot see through magical dark vision. So, you walk.
Can I add a little something? Torch
What
has
would
a
you like to
passive
add?
perception of 14, so I like to imagine that he also immediately noticed and went, Kita, whatever you're doing, stop trying to antagonize the cultist.
I like to imagine that happens immediately after the darkness settles in.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, just stop trying to antagonize the cultist. We need the artifact back anyway. We might as well just go with it, with whatever they say.
Oh, you're not getting it. You'll get paid, but you're not getting it. Now follow me. Listen to the sound of my voice. And I assume everyone follows, and who would be carrying the twins?
Torch is too wimpy for that.
All right. Sam could probably do it. He's pretty strong.
Sam can do it. I'm not going to
Sam
have
could
you
do
roll strength because
Okay.
Kita has the cat. So
I mean, they're two
you
teenagers.
successfully.
They'll be.
They're two
He can
teenagers.
carry him.
Funny enough, she actually doesn't ask you to blindfold yourself, and that probably should have clued you into the fact she was going to cast darkness anyway.
Huh.
But she still guides you along with the sound of her voice, humming a foreign little tune as you walk through the woods. It seems like you turn this way and that, not really sticking to any one definitive direction. You hear various animals just going about their daily life because, again, it's not yet nighttime yet. You can actually hear little things such as the pitter-patter of squirrel feet. You can hear the songs of birds, a few crickets after the rain, some frogs.
Okay, real quick, how big is darkness?
Why are you asking?
Because Kita's still glowing.
It's magical darkness.
No, that would
if
have worn
that's
off
the
by now.
case.
Okay.
If it's magical darkness, that runs out. And it also would have run out sooner anyway. So,
Yeah, go.
Gee, it's a shame that the person who can actually see through magical darkness is not awake right now.
Gee,
Yeah.
I wonder why.
but so yeah, your light is unfortunately canceled out. And I think Starry Form would have worn off by now anyway.
Yeah, it lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, eventually, like, even if you weren't swallowed by darkness, you would have stopped glowing. And eventually, you hear a distant sound, one that seemed... It's strange, it's kind of like you pass through something. Like, at first you're just hearing the normal sounds, and then you hear the normal wildlife, and a little bit of music. String instruments. A little drum, a little woodwind. It sounds like celebration music. Admittedly, the celebration music is in minor key, but it still sounds like celebration music. And as you follow the drums to the beat of your hearts, eventually, there's another snap of the fingers and the darkness lifts. All right, blindfolds lifted. Now, Sam, you were not blindfolded because you were carrying the two teenagers.
Yeah.
As soon as the darkness falls, even though there was music playing, it stops as soon as you enter the camp. And you are staring at 24 of these cloaked and concealed and masked figures, all huddled around a campfire. There's a few statues here and there that are also painted with eyes, but nothing really denotes this as a proper campsite. It's very minimalist, but there are 24 people around you. Same for everybody else. By the time your blindfolds have lifted, you have already been surrounded and have a lot of pointy weapons pointing in your direction. It's all right, everyone. They've come to negotiate. To negotiate. And there's another voice in which the other figures kind of pause and turn. Negotiate what? Little Blackfoot. Payment. That's all. And a figure comes through this crowd of 24 assassins. That's a little bigger than the others. All the others are like various different sizes, but most of them are lithe and very, very much fit the unsuspecting assassin look. This guy's a little taller than the rest. By a little, I mean he's let me pull up his character sheet to make sure I have his height correct. He's about, most of the other toons are different heights. He's about 5'1", but he stands taller than most of the others. So he might not be taller than the rest of you, but the way his presence moves through, you'd think he was taller, but he's not.
Sam is 6'10".
And it's this figure that's in not much heavier armor, but more detailed and ornate leather armor in similar colors. With, of course, similar dark moon motifs, eyes here and there, fur trim over the gloves, the boots, and the high collar, and a black mask with an eye. Now, the assassin in front of you kneels deeply at the sight and refuses to stand up. He kind of pauses and then looks at the rest of you, and I'm going to roll him perception or history to see if he recognizes you immediately. So we're going to go history, actually. 1d20. That's a 9. The eye narrows as it looks you over. Take it, these are the adventurers.
Torch bows a little bit.
The ones tasked with delivering the orb, yes. His gaze lingers on you, Torch.
I am Torch King. We have come to negotiate after your little assassins had jumped us and quite literally knocked 2 of our youngest members out. We've come to just negotiate, seeing as we very clearly can't get back since it's been so easily grabbed by your hands.
The head tilts, and although the headgear kind of conceals it, you see the movement of fluffy, pointed ears underneath and a lot of hair. Also, a little bit less concealed by the big fur cape is a huge fluffy tail. That's a little bit black and a little bit blue. That just drapes behind this guy, but doesn't touch the dirt. Clearly a fluffy motherfucker.
Even fluffier than Torch?
By a mile.
I just imagine Torch is a little self-conscious about his own fur.
He hums thoughtfully at this and then looks the rest of you over. What does everyone else do? Torch is also bowing a bit. What's everyone else doing once they see this guy?
Sam is observing.
Kita is checking on the twins.
At this point, Ellie actually does start to wake up relatively early in the poison.
Oh dear, hold on. I need to roll some things.
Okay.
Oh no.
Because last time when she was awake, she was not in a great situation, so...
Now keep in mind
Yeah.
you were asleep. Your hit points as Ellie should still be fine. You're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
asleep.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
were
rolling...
asleep, so.
Yeah, I'm rolling a perception, and that was a 9, so... Yeah, I'm gonna roll to... I'm so sorry. She's gonna try and hit, the person that's holding her, so...
That's
Damn.
okay.
Roll
I'm
to
so
hit.
sorry.
Okay.
You get advantage because you were literally on his back.
It is just an unarmed strike, so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, what do you add for, unarmed strikes? Do you add anything to it or no?
Strength. You add strength, and if you are not proficient in it, no proficiency.
Alright, cool. Alright, then does an 18 hit?
It does.
Poor
Cool.
Sam gets fucking knocked on the back of the head.
Yeah, it's just a strength. It's just your strength modifier for an unarmed hit, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah.
take.
Well, no, it's 1 plus.
All right, we'll take 4 points of damage from taking a punch from her.
Cool.
Sorry.
And he takes it like a champ, and he says, "Oh, good, you're awake." So
Where am I?
cool.
Where's the fight?
You look around and you
I-
are surrounded by assassins that greatly outnumber you and have a lot of sharp, pointy things pointed at you, and a big guy in front of you that is only 5'1".
Please don't let go of
You-
her because
You are
she
not
was.
in a fight. You are not in a fight.
She's like, I can take him, and you definitely want to stop that, please.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna hold on.
Cool.
I
I just
see.
picture her just about to rush out, and he just grabs her by the back of her jacket.
Yeah,
Hold.
yeah.
Hold steady, kiddo.
He
You
is
hear
just
a
going.
little. You hear a little bit of laughter from around the camp.
So Ellie is the one who woke up?
Yeah.
Or was it Layla?
Yeah, Ellie. Layla is still unconscious at 0 hit points, but at least is regenerating. So Ellie, you can start
Keita
rolling
is
with your
just
die
going
to
to
recuperate.
pat Ellie and cast Cure Wounds.
Oh, Okay. Never
Layla?
mind on the hit die, I think. So
Yeah.
Layla, yeah.
Cool, awesome.
10 hit points.
Hell yeah, thanks.
Layla also wakes up.
Yeah,
There
she's.
she is awoken to just a cat paw in her face.
Yeah, she, her face is very neutral, but she does not do much more than sort of like blink and then have a look around and observe. And then she's getting crushed in a hug by her sister because, yeah, she was worried.
And let me roll one more history check as soon as he looks at Keita. And 11 actually succeeds. He kind of pauses a moment and goes, wait, and the voice immediately changes. Hold on, I do know these adventurers. Lower your weapons, everyone, lower your weapons. The assassins look to each other and to their leader with a little bit of shock, but quickly do so without hesitation. These are not enemies of ours, these are friends. They've helped us out before. Well, not them specifically, but they have helped out before. And although the others look a little shocked when he just casually reaches up, he reaches up and actually removes his big mask, which releases a luxurious head of fur of what appears to be a big, fluffy Persian Muppet born, with fur in various shades of black and white, gleaming yellow eyes that are quickly hidden when he pulls out a pair of big round sunglasses and just pops them on, and a hefty beard. Friends! It's so good to see you again. I was wondering how EGAD was doing.
Keita's just having a moment of just, who is this person?
If you would like to, roll history to see if you remember Belle talking about this before. Off camera. Anybody can roll history if they like, by the way.
Alrighty.
As soon as you see his fluffy Persian mug. I wanna mention, by the way, when I mention Muppet born, like, I want you to imagine Mr. Tinkles from Cats vs. Dogs and Sweetums from the Muppets. So this is just a big, fluffy, black and white Persian cat that is just like a full body suit for a man, you know? So this is just a cat that is just a guy, but it is the fluffiest guy on the planet.
And can I use guidance?
Yes, you may.
All right.
That's a 4 with a
That's so
nat
fucking
1.
funny.
By the way, can I use Cure Wounds on Layla? Ellie used Cure Wounds on Layla because she couldn't do that before because she was unconscious.
Yes, you can. Yes,
Thank
you
you.
can. Though you only get to do it once before the assassins give you a look. So
Yeah.
you can use it once.
Yeah, that's her sister. She wants to make sure she's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ida is just staring,
Oops.
and there's clearly no thoughts going on in that head.
There's a screensaver that is just the spilled milk from SpongeBob.
Yeah.
The true black cat moment of no thoughts behind those eyes, just big old pupils.
What beeped? I just heard something beep. Okay, there was something clearly. Oh god, honey.
It's Mia.
And candle.
Mine was above. That was a 7 from the twins. They are not paying any attention to these people at the moment.
Okay, and
This
then
is
they
a
finish you.
Is the
Peter
only one
face.
who recognizes this guy.
Aw, buddy. The no thoughts head empty look.
No thoughts. Not a single thought.
Torch. It kind of takes you a minute. And you haven't really heard it explicitly from his mouth. Mostly because you don't sit near the devil very often. But you've heard discussion in the past from the party that had gone to Goldwyn of a very fluffy Persian that happened to be older brother to the devil. He seems to suit the description, because that Persian was also in charge of a cult of Shar. So this must be Sterling, Belle's older brother.
Oh, I recognize you.
Oh,
must.
do you?
I've heard some things from Belle. That little devil. You must be his older brother, aren't you?
That would be correct. I'm surprised he talks about me openly and in public. I figured he would keep things on the down low.
I just had a brief moment of, I wonder if I should have rolled with advantage, because Keita does forcefully spend a lot of time with Belle.
I'll give it to you, Keita. Yeah, you can roll one more time. We'll just say you have a head empty at first. One more roll for Keita.
18.
As soon as Belle is mentioned, the appearance clicks. Oh yeah! Yeah, this fits the description of the guy very well. It's a miracle how he's hiding so much of his fluff under all that clothes. You thought more of it would stick out. And then you see his tail stick out, it's like, oh yeah.
I recognize you. Yeah, he mentioned you once after I followed him around for a few hours.
Aw, he gets little tag-alongs. How cute. Now, here's the thing. I have to apologize for the tactics that we employed before. We were not made aware that it would be EGAD that would be answering the call. Would you be so willing as to explain what you were doing with the artifact?
There was an agreement that EGAD had made. Originally, there was going to be some other adventurers that would have been very much in that situation, but they had to drop out, of course. So EGAD so kindly agreed to step in, and we're the ones that we were the only ones that were allowed, not really allowed, but eager to step up, I guess.
Ah, yes, I do suppose as a fledgling adventuring company, they'll need all the money they can get. Although I thought their founder was rich enough. Oh well.
He spends a
I do
lot
have
of
to-
money on buying magical items and getting uncursed from buying magical items.
Yes, that
And
does
continue
tend
to
to
get cursed again.
And maintaining the treehouse too.
Of course. I understand how guilds work. I understand how money works. Not that I have one, of course, but of course, managing my section of the cult of Shar, it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of coin. But beside the point, Beside the point. For those of you that don't recognize me, my name is Sterling, and that's all you'll call me. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. He does not hold his hand out, but he does give a little bow of his fluffy head.
Torch nods at him.
Yeah, Sam will also nod.
Also, Sam is having the same thought that Bowtyke once had of Fluffy Kibby.
Yeah.
I do actually have a miniature of him outside of his armor, at least on Hero Forge, but I still have to draw art of him proper, so I might share that in a bit. But I have to apologize for the tactics that were used in retrieving the artifact then. They were used under the impression we would be dealing with unfamiliar, more experienced adventurers, who would have no qualms about fighting to the death over something so small and precious. Had we known it was you, I would have had you brought to camp immediately.
I'm an experienced adventurer. I was a chosen one.
I don't doubt it. You do have the look, and he does give you a once-over lingering on the broken bulb.
It's no longer broken. It's just doing the opposite.
Now, are you here to negotiate payment? Or did you happen to lie to my poor assassins?
No, we're just here for the payment. I doubt that you'd be so willing to let it go, and we're already surrounded, and I doubt any one of us would be so willing to try and sneak off with everyone around us. So, negotiation.
Very well.
Yeah. Ellie opens her mouth and Layla puts her hand in front of it, because Ellie is 100% not willing to sneak off, but willing to 100% take on all of the ninjas. She does not like this plan. She was not included in this plan.
She was not conscious for it, to be fair.
Yeah.
Ellie
She's not
is
happy
offered
right now.
is offered a cat.
But yeah.
Ellie is offered a cat in these trying times.
And
I
she'll take
imagine
it with
Ellie's
a
face
pout.
is just like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She
and
will-
Ellie's just having a cat pushed toward her by poor Kita.
But she will hold on to the cat with that expression, like the cat's in her hands, and she's just wearing that expression of she can't do anything because now she has a cat. But she's still not happy about this.
Listen, if it were any other artifact, I might have been more negotiable, but we need this, so I'm afraid there's no price that can buy it out.
Can we at least see it? Because we weren't
Oh, well, of
told what it
course.
was.
Of course.
All we know is that it's an orb, and even when it was being brought over, it was covered in fabric. So I doubt we weren't even told about what it does, and we were ordered not to even ask about it.
Well, it is a crystal ball. If it happens to catch the sunlight for too long, it's a fire hazard. And he's going to reach over to the crate, which has been opened already, and he pulls up the ball with the fabric on it, holds it up with a paw, and drapes the fabric, pulling it off, revealing, well, it looks like a perfectly clear crystal ball at first, but you can kind of see the way it glimmers a little bit. You can't tell if that's with clouds, sunbeams, or starlight inside, but it is perfectly clear otherwise.
Kita is just gonna slowly walk on over, just staring at it with big eyes.
Two of the assassins basically hold out their weapons to keep her from getting too close, but she does get a few steps forward.
Just gonna...
Sterling, would you mind if I asked you a question?
Of course.
What do you need it for? I know it probably is something very important to you, but considering what happened to us, I do feel like you owe us a little bit of an explanation as to why you need it.
Well, I'm afraid I don't, actually. That's classified. It's cult need-to-know information, and you're not part of the cult. But I can tell you what it is.
All right, then.
I believe the Selunites wound up lying to the museum, as they often do, so that they could get the orb for themselves. They claimed it was a starry gnosis. And as soon as he mentioned the starry gnosis, if anyone wants to, you may roll an Arcana check.
Cool.
If you've succeeded on knowing the cult of Shar. If you haven't, you don't make the roll.
So
I
that's
don't think
2 of
Sam
them.
succeeded on that. I'm just gonna say he did not.
No, that's not
That
great.
is a 5.
That is a 16.
Hell yeah.
Let me finish chewing a chip real quick.
That's a 10. It's very average. Oh, that's in the wrong chat. My bad.
It's okay. A 10 sort of succeeds, but a 16 definitely succeeds.
Why is Torts the one who knows things now? The knower of things.
He researches bad guys, so he knows how to fight them. Or at least
True.
the people he thinks are bad guys. So,
Like-minded things think alike.
on a 10, well, you know it has to do with the cult of Shar. You don't remember what it does.
Yeah, that sounds about
On
right.
a 16, however, you do recall at least a story shared about it, but you've never seen one in person. And you don't know if this is one or not, but a starry gnosis. And I'm going to type it out so that you understand what I'm referencing here and how it's spelled. Is a globe of dark crystal that was said to have been used to dominate the minds of others that were not followers of Shar. And in continuing to weaken their minds would make them more susceptible to being brought into the cult. But this orb isn't dark in the slightest, so you don't understand how it would even remotely fit the description, or why the Selunites would lie about it. Now, this is not a starry gnosis. Otherwise, we would have implied far deadlier tactics to retrieve it. And Shaw certainly wouldn't have told me what it was needed for. We would have known its importance immediately. As you can tell by the complete transparency of the device, no dark crystal whatsoever. No starry gnosis. Let me tell you the truth. Behold! And as he lifts the sphere, you watch as it darkens completely. And you realize, oh, it's not darkening with crystal. It's darkening because why is the sun setting? And immediately the moon is in the sky as time is changed from day to night.
Oh, I don't like
It
that.
is now nighttime. It is midnight, and the moon is at its peak, shining overhead.
I
Not the
see
first
why
time
you
I've
want
seen
it
that happen.
now. It isn't that orb. I remember both of your happy little cults enjoy the darkness. So I wouldn't be surprised considering that your god has a very big affinity for the void.
It would make sense, but that's not why we need it. No, this is an orb of time. Roll an Arcana check, by the way, upon hearing the name. You're not restricted to knowing the cult, by the way. Just roll an Arcana to see if you know what an orb of time does.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
Why does he know everything? He only left to get to level up 3 times. Why does he know everything now?
Leveling up doesn't change the fact you're rolling at 20, Bubby. Same for Candle! Okay!
Why is he the knower of things? Why are they...
Okay, so Sam, you are still clueless, unfortunately. But the name would make sense, but you don't really know specifically.
Sam is a himbo.
On an 18, and we'll get to the nat 20s in a minute. We'll get to Kita's first. You're going to know most of what the others know, but you're not going to know what they know in a crit. So you know the basics. In Orb of Time, in spite of the name sounding ominous, is actually a fairly common magical item, but it still is a wonder to be found. One can use an action, or 6 seconds, to determine the time of day. And depending on the condition of the orb, sometimes you can do this an unlimited number of times, but it still has to remain within 1 day. You can't just send yourself forward 1,000 years. Or you just state day or night. An Orb of Time is a wondrous magic item of the common variety. And essentially is just a funny little thing, like if you sleep to fast travel to the evening, that's what this is. But you don't have to sleep. but it moves the sun into setting and brings the moon to full peak. And suddenly it's nighttime for you. And on a 20, on a crit for Torch and the twins. You know that much, and then think a little more. On the one hand, it would make sense for the Cult of Shar to want an orb that can elongate the night for them if they wanted it to. But why the Orb of Time specifically? They already have enough advantage moving around in the shadows. They already have enough advantage at night. Why did it need an orb that changes time?
So
That doesn't seem to line up with the Cult of Shar normally.
I have a quick clarification question. When you said that
Mhm.
it changes day to night, it's not. Is that meaning that that's not meaning that the people themselves are just sort of like transported like 12 hours ahead in time. That means like they're
No,
actually
it's literally like the cartoon moving the sun and moon. It moves the sun and moon.
okay, so they
Not
are actually
like a model of 20.
physically they are physically moving that. Okay, that I really
Yeah.
really needed to make that distinction because
it
that's
moves the sun and moon.
yeah, because that will definitely change the way that my twins react to that.
So it just moves the sun and moon. It does not actually change the time. So a lot of people that were just working daylight hours are very confused at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's probably people that are like, oh, well, I normally work daylight hours. I guess I can turn in early. Bye, boss! That are taking the excuse to already fucking skedaddle.
Goodbye. I didn't expect this. Daylight saving time sucks.
We love daylight savings time in this house. So long! But yes, it physically moves the sun and moon. And yes, this is a wondrous magic common item, believe it or not. This is a common item.
Okay. That's good to know.
Now,
Sterling,
keep in mind, just because it's a wondrous magic item of the common variety does not mean that it is, like, world-endingly powerful. It is a minor tier item. And from what you know of Nat 20, it also only works in the material plane. You cannot change time anywhere else. Or, like, change where the sun and moon are. So, like, only in the material plane.
Alright.
It's just a funny, it's a little like the Ocarina of Time, but less magical transport through time, and more just cartoon move the sun.
Princess Celestia and Luna, but in an orb.
Yeah.
Second question. Is it breakable?
Why do you want
You
to know if it's breakable?
You don't know if it's breakable.
Alright. I was just seeing if they could know. Because, fundamentally, the Orb of Time is something that would fundamentally be completely against what the twins actually stand for in their deity, which is the balance of natural forces.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. I just remembered that the only reason that they put a cloth around it is because they didn't want it to, get damaged.
Hmm.
So technically, I think it can get broken.
It can be damaged. You don't know if it can be broken.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
And the museum just wanted to carefully transport glass. They were under they treated it like any other glass,
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Not to
Yeah.
mention they thought it was a different object, so.
Mm-hmm.
Sterling, don't take this the wrong way, but why do you even need an orb of time? Your cults, they function perfectly well at the night given to you. Why do you need it? Why do you need that?
Well, Our Lady Shar has claimed we need it to assist an ally. It isn't a
Ally?
permanent affection to our cult. It is just a means to an end.
What do you mean by ally?
Well, I told you I can't give you that information unless you show that you're dedicated to the cause. Again, it's classified. We don't just give out our secrets willy-nilly.
And how will we show ourselves dedicated to the cause?
You're serious?
By trusting us as friends of friends. And you're here
Well,
to
you-
negotiate payment. You're not negotiating for the orb. And he covers it back up and puts it back in the box. I will tell you this. We don't plan on keeping it. We only need it for a little amount of time, and then they can have it. The little Selunites can do whatever they want with it, but whenever they touch anything that we Sharans touch, they just love to destroy it. So who cares if they'd want to study it or keep it safe? They'll just break it. Once we're done with it, they can have it. It's no longer our concern. As for you, how much does the museum pay you? It's 250 a pop, right, Blackfoot? Correct, Master. Right. How's 500 per head sound? 500 per person sound good?
750.
Hey,
Roll persuasion.
I mean, you did beat us up without warning.
Yes, but we were informed there would be different adventurers. We did not get the information it would be EGAD on time. According to one of our agents, and you watch as a little squirrel hops up and wild shapes back into an assassin.
Yep. Wrong thing.
Okay.
22.
We were told that it would be 2 adolescents, an adult, a third adolescent with uncertain tone by our agent. The druid assassin kind of just glances over at Keaton. You can see the look of doubt of, are you a teenager or not?
He is just going to
And-
smile.
And an adult with fur. So we were told 3 adolescents, 2 adults. And we don't tend to kill adolescents. So. But
You might want-
750 sounds good. We do have gold to burn. I believe we can spare 750 cat with folks. And the assassin's kind of nod in agreement.
All right, 750 it is then. A friend of a friend. It's a sort of deal. You and your cult are forgiven after that misdeed.
Well, we don't need forgiveness, but you need a duplicate to deliver. And we just so happen to have one. And he pulls up another small box with fabric.
We
And
just
holds
happen
up
to have that
another
on-
crystal ball.
You just happen to have that on hand.
Yes, of course. Haven't you heard? It's usually in Causing Mischief 101.
Hmm.
To be fair, I don't know that you know what mischief is, but you do look like a troublemaker. Anyway, you bring this to the Selunites, and they'll get to have their little sphere to destroy, and they'll get to feel all kinds of good about themselves. And then they'll tell the museum, and you might even get it from the museum if you happen to lie through your teeth well enough. So you could wind up getting 1,000 gold out of it if you happen to scam them. And wouldn't that be nice? 1,000 gold per person just to burn however you want.
You guys might not notice because Torch's back is faced towards them, but he's starting to grin. Like, very wide, sharp-toothed grin.
They are talking money, and money is Torch's language.
Mm-hmm. Aside from destroying robots, money is also his language.
Now, of course, you're going to need an excuse. And the excuse is simple. You were sidetracked by assassins that tried to steal what you had, but you got it back with no trouble. And happened to teach them a lesson in the process. You'll bring this to the Selunites, and they'll shatter it without a second thought. They'll send you back with proof of your crime. The museum will pay you. And you get to go home with all the money you could ask for. And we get to part as friendly strangers.
Should we bring up your cult's name, or should that stay between us?
I wouldn't bring us up if I were you. That would make it a little too suspect.
All right.
So do you two groups normally go around destroying daylight-related magical items?
No, not normally. Again, this is a very particular case. My Lady Shaw spoke of me to it in a dream. I was quite surprised to receive a message directly from her, claiming an ally of ours needed help. But who am I to deny a vision from our Dark Lady?
Keith is just going to slowly take their bulb and they're just going to hold it to their chest.
Ugh.
Like, this
Besides,
broke
we don't
what?
normally destroy artifacts. Normally, we try to conduct our business quietly, but the Selunites, any time they catch so much as a smell of us, they just want us wiped off the face of the planet. It doesn't matter if we're minding our business. It doesn't matter if we're causing legitimate business or if we're sleeping. They'll kill us where we sleep. Isn't that right? And you see some more uncertain nods and a few grieving faces on the masks. Again, about as much as you can get from them just being painted eyes.
Hmm.
The more
They're
you talk about it,
terribly cruel.
the more you talk about them, the more I feel a sort of grudge. A grudge that I myself know all too well.
Hmm?
So, is there any? Would there happen to be anything that we could perhaps do to the Seminites aside from scamming them from their precious little orb?
Selunites. Selunites is the word. It has an L.
Selenites, sorry.
He's going to insight check you to see if you're being legitimate.
He is. Don't worry.
Well, he's still going to insight. That is a +1. That's a 6. He's completely convinced of you without even judging. Well, there is one thing.
Consider it a favor.
If you're willing to get a little paint on your hands, I do believe that I could enchant the decoy, and as soon as they break it, you won't have to do anything. They just need to break it.
No.
Torch nods. He's not. He's not gonna let the others have their input. He's just gonna nod.
Sam, what would you like to say?
He just doesn't feel good about this. How does he say it?
Perhaps you'd like to have a little powwow between yourselves? It doesn't seem like you're in full agreement. I'm seeing a lot of glares.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I can wait.
Yeah, I think I need to just talk about this a second.
I'm imagining you like grabbing Torch by the ear and yanking him into a group huddle.
Ow! Let go of my ear, idiot!
Time out a second. A minute ago, they were killing or trying to hurt our friends, and now we're just gonna trust them? Something doesn't seem to add up to me. I might not be good at math, but it's not adding up.
Listen, you have to know that you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, right?
I've heard
It's
that.
best. It's best to try and get on their good side, so that way this doesn't happen again. We don't want any sort of grievances towards EGAD, especially with the brother of the devil of all things. I'm just trying to sweeten the little deal, all right?
Well,
No, this isn't right. And they're messing with the natural order of things. We cannot let them leave with this.
However, they said that they weren't going to keep it. They were just going to use it for a little bit. If they're going to get rid of it after they're done.
like what for, though? I'm
That you heard,
worried that it's gonna be something bad.
You heard them. We're not allowed to know because we're not part of the cause. That's why I'm trying to sweeten our deal, so that way we can know what it is.
Above the table, nobody else has tried persuading them or getting them to talk about it. So somebody could try and get the info out of them.
I mean, Torch has a +8 on persuasion. If you guys want him to try.
Torch has been doing a lot of talking, and most of it has sounded very morally off. I don't know if they want to.
Yeah.
He's
But
done
so
good
many-
negotiating the money.
Yeah.
But maybe this isn't about the money. Does anybody
Yeah.
else want to try before Torch?
I mean, Ellie does have a +6 in persuasion, and I think, like, she is probably the one that's, like, most morally, like, upset with this, so, and, so maybe she can try.
Alright. Sure, I assume she parts off from the group huddle and tries to approach, but is stopped by the assassins.
Yeah, there's just a, I'm just figuring out how to word this, and it's very clear that she's
Mhm.
upset, and, you need to tell us what you're using it for. I don't care about all of the specifics, but I'm not leaving until we know that you're not going to, that we're not going to be responsible for helping you hurt people. Because we did take this job. And
And you
if
took
it's
it with the intent to help.
Yes. Yeah, and I can roll persuasion for that. But basically, TLDR, I'm not leaving until I know more. Otherwise, I cannot leave with a good conscience, kind of thing.
Of course, of course. And now, if anybody's proficient in persuasion,
Sadly,
You may
Peter
assist.
is.
I
might-
am.
Is not.
Might not be necessary.
I'm also proficient in persuasion.
Somehow Sam is.
let Sam assist. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, never
Okay.
mind. Okay, that's a 19 plus 6. Never mind.
I mean, I can roll again to see for a nat 20, but yeah.
Yeah, let's fuck it. Roll again. Roll again.
Just to see that little speech just hit the heart of Starlin. Like, such a noble little one. Starling.
It's Sterling.
Yeah.
Sterling, I'm
With an
sorry.
E.
My brain cell is not working.
No, unfortunately, it's not a nat 20, but a 19 will do just fine.
So
Yeah.
19 plus 6 is a 25. He looks at you for a moment, and because of the way his big round glasses work, you can't see his eyes behind them. But he's stroking his fluffy beard very thoughtfully. And then he looks up toward the night sky and the moon. He closes his eyes for a moment. A little. I suppose I can tell you a little. Some weeks ago, I was sent a vision by our Dark Lady, Our Lady of Night. She doesn't send them to me often, so I knew it was important. She claimed she had been reached out to, and that there was someone in need of our help. But that someone's circumstances were very particular. They couldn't really be helped by traditional means, so there was no breaking them out ourselves. Otherwise, we would have organized an effort and gone them out of wherever they were in no time. But where they are, we can't go on foot. We can't go at all. So we did a little research, and we discovered something. Something hidden deep in the annals of the Happiest Place Library. In the Forbidden section.
Of course.
Tales of a figure that matched the description of Lady Shaw's ally, who could only be free by the creation or arrival of a solar eclipse. Now, of course, you notice an orb of time, it cannot bring the sun and moon together. It just moves them. Specifically, an orb of time, well, changes time. It just moves the sun or moon. It doesn't move them together. It moves them in regulation to their orbit. It's one of the two pieces we need in order to try and make a solar eclipse ourselves, instead of waiting for one to come when it might not. From what we found, ignoring the way my family is shouting about their game in the background, you know what, excuse me a minute, let me tell them.
All I heard was just a distant "fuck you."
But obviously a very intense game.
A very intense game of quarters.
They're just getting excited about their game. I asked them to keep it quiet, but they just made fun of me a little. I hope they can, though.
It's fine.
Having fun.
Now, the way that everything works for us Toons, sometimes it makes things like a solar eclipse coming up very convenient. But sometimes it doesn't. And for our friend to be free, and to repay us for freeing them, we might need to make one happen sooner rather than later. Especially since, according to Lady Shaw, they sounded rather desperate, hoping to see somebody, and she was very much hoping to reunite them. Now, I know it may not be the most convincing. If you know of Lady Shaw, you know she's not normally known for sympathy or
Or being
sentimentality.
kind.
Or being kind. That much is true. But that does not mean the very concepts are foreign to her. It doesn't mean she is incapable of it. She just is not known to take to it often. She believes this could prove us a powerful ally if we happen to do this. And all things considered, from the way she described it and the research I've done, I could agree. Now, I can't give you much more than that, but I can tell you this. Letting this ally of ours out isn't going to hurt anybody. It's not like we need to make some sort of blood sacrifice to the heathen gods for this. We're not that cliche. We just need this and a little something else. We make ourselves a little eclipse, and then we get rid of the things. Our new ally is free. We get some benefits. They reunite with who they're missing, and we just go about our nights. The Selunites are just being annoying is all. They know we're trying to do something, but it involves the sun, not the moon. You'd think they would learn to back out by now. His ears kind of flatten and his tail twitches in that irritated, fluffy cat way.
Crutch kind of leans down to Ellie and is like, I told you they were going to get rid of it. We didn't have anything to worry about.
The sun is important. I wanted to make sure.
Oh, I know it is. Look, what we're doing isn't going to destroy the sun and moon. We're not doing that. We're just moving them a little. You notice the orb of time doesn't keep them in the same place, yes? It only moves them. But we can't move them together. Watch. Sorry, Blackfoots, if you would cover your eyes for a moment. And he reaches over, picks up the orb of time again, holds it up, and the sun immediately comes back in the sky from whence it came.
Yeah.
And the moon is right back. It is right back to the time it was before. And the people that were like trying to clock out and go home just look like a what?
God damn it!
Ah, come on! But you saw the moon! You saw it! I don't see a moon out there! Get back in here! Ugh.
Oh my god, it's like the Candace with Phineas and Ferb thing, like the look, and then it just back.
Yeah,
Get
as soon as they
busted.
try to point at the moon, the sun's back. Oh, and right back to the desk they go. But see, we can put it right back where it was, but we can't move them together. We need something else for that. And I'm not telling you what that is, but again, we're only going to have it temporarily. Once we free our friend, they'll see fit to thank us with boons, and they'll go on their merry way, and we won't have anything to do with these things anymore. We just need this to move them around a little, that's all.
You promise?
And he puts it back in the box, and again closes it.
Yeah,
So you
she
see-
asked, you promise? Like this isn't like a pact promise. This is a kid. You
Mhm.
promise you're being honest, and this is actually what you want. This is actually what you plan on doing, kind of thing.
Roll me
Piggy-
persuasion. Roll me persuasion. Not with advantage. You
Yeah,
don't get
that's fair.
assistance on this, but persuasion.
Pinky promise with the cherry on top.
Yeah, fair enough.
Imagine if she actually did make Sterling do a pinky promise. Oh my god.
Would you read your number for the class?
Pardon?
Read your number for the class.
That was an 18. That was a 12 plus 6.
He looks at you, and for a moment, he's reminded of somebody else. He's not reminded of Belle, because Belle was not the type to ask about others' safety and to be concerned for the well-being of others except for, their family.
Yep.
Instead, he thinks about someone younger. Someone with very big, very sweet, sleepy eyes, fluffy cheeks, a little bit of vitiligo marking her fur. Just this pale, creamy-looking Siamese girl. Just with these big, sweet eyes, just looking up all sad, worried about the other kids, even though they deserve better clothes than rags. Holding her little toy in her hands. And although his glasses are hiding his eyes, you can see the way his face kind of softens. Because again, he's a Muppet born, so you can kind of see the way. You can kind of see more of his face move than just the eyes. So, like the way the eyebrows fall, looking all sad and sympathetic, even though he's
I just
trying
imagine that
to be
like
the-
I just
the
imagine like
disconnected-
sunglasses just get like a little teardrop at the sides.
Not quite, but I do want to draw that to be funny later. Like it's not canon on the outside, but on the inside, yeah. It's like when you see a character's normal external poker face, and on the inside you see their truth, and it's just like. And he kind of adjusts so that he kind of comes down to, Ellie and Layla's height. Which again, he's only 5'1". That's not too far for him, but
Yeah.
posturing. And he actually is going to hold up a pinky.
Oh.
And she
They look confused for a minute, but let her through. It's a pinky promise. She kind of needs to give me hers. They kind of hesitate and then let her forward.
Yeah. The phrase she grins so wide and like it's like the sunshine kind of thing is exactly like the expression that she gets like as she like sort of hops over and will take his pinky
His
with
big
hers.
fluffy pinky.
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
I pinky promise. Our plans will not result in anyone dying, though we will have to defend ourselves and maybe knock a few people out if need be. Understood?
Okay.
Because we can't just let people stomp all over us. We need to help our friends.
Of course not. And like fighting is fun, but hurting
Fighting for
Hurting
your
people-
life gets tiring after a while.
yeah.
Can I get a photo, please? I want to mess with Belle.
You
I'm gonna roll
to
him
us.
deception with I'm gonna roll
To
him
us.
deception with I am rolling him deception with disadvantage to hide the fact he wants to laugh.
Torch is just gonna laugh out loud, not even gonna hide it.
14. Anybody's passive beats a 14?
Nine.
Uh,
Yes, Kita.
Torch's perception is a 14, so does that pass or
That is beats it. So Torch and Kita. You hear the like elephant trumpet sound of like him trying to hold back the snickering, and it's like it's just the horse cat laughter trying not to laugh and failing. Like it's like if he had an actor inside, they would be wheezing in the costume.
oh please tell me at least one of your little goons has a camera.
No, one of them is disguised as a photographer. Blackfoot pictogram. And you notice he's using codenames for everybody, so he's calling everybody Blackfoot, for example. And one of the assassins steps forward and does have a camera around her neck. Yeah, let me recompose myself. I'm sorry. Give me a And he puts back on the poker face. Though you can see his tail is clearly curled with just humor. Clearly.
So
The
Kita's
tail shows everything.
So Kita's just going to try and walk on up.
You are still watched cautiously, but the assassin hands you the camera.
Can I have a mask?
Why do you want a mask?
To put it half on
Why?
to mess with him better.
You roll me persuasion.
Torch is in the background cackling like a madman.
The assassin looks at you and shakes her head. Sorry, we don't give those out. But you are given the camera to borrow, so you can get in a position to take a photo.
Yeah, so Kita's basically going to get a photo taken of them. Basically
Pinky
an
swearing,
arm
yeah.
around Sterling.
Sterling objects to that one. That's just deceptive. Hang on.
Oh, great! Convince them we're best friends.
He'll know better. Now get your arm off me. And he actually does. He mostly gets away because you're a little too close to the orbs for comfort. So he puts you back with the others, just at a distance where you can take a photo.
No, wanted a photo with you.
I'll give you a photo in a moment, all right? But you need a convincing one of the pinky swear first.
Okay, Kita will take a picture
Yeah,
of
and they
that.
get back in a convincing position and you take the photo, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah. It comes out. And this is one of the funny little photographs that just develops you the funny little photo immediately. You don't have to put it in a room.
Yep.
It just comes out the bottom of the camera. You have a little photo of a pinky swear surrounded by armed assassins. The other assassin that had the camera holds her hand out for the camera back.
Kita will hand it back over.
Thank you. She puts it back on and steps back into the crowd. Now, here is my other question, because you don't seem quite as interested in the aspect of hurting others as your fluffy friend over there. And he looks with it. He points with his tail toward Torch.
Torch just shrugs.
Do you want to sabotage the Selunites, or would you rather leave them alone, little one?
I'd rather have nothing to do with them.
Agreed. Don't know
Agreed.
enough.
I do not have good history with cults.
If anything, it'd be their own fault for breaking it. They probably wouldn't have even known what it might do if they broke it. So they wouldn't know it. They wouldn't know it, that it was cursed and that it was a decoy.
Still not right.
It seems a little
Who
extra.
cares? It's not right.
I care.
I do.
Sterling gives Torch a look, but says nothing. It's just a look of, don't be tempted to recruit him now, save it for later.
Torch would look good in black and purple, though.
He would, but you'd also have to give up any love, sentimentality, and emotional attachment.
True.
The Cult of Shar is... Okay, here's the thing. This is the only tangent I'm going on, and then I'm gonna stop. The word cult gets used both appropriately and inappropriately at points. For the reason being that you can officially call things like the Cult of Dionysus, or the Cult of Ra. And in this terms, it's a legitimate religious following. And then there's other points where you mention cult, and it's like Scientology, and the other absolute weirdos.
Yeah.
So when I mentioned that there's like the Cult of Selunites and the Cult of Shar, it is with the same sort of... It is not meant to be used to say they are both bad. It is just meant to say that this is a group that worships them, and they are officially called the Cult of Selune, or Selunites. Now, the Cult of Shar is just plain called the Cult of Shar, and normally they're bad guys, so I make no excuses then. I'm just saying, like, vocabulary-wise. Vocab-wise, let's not get confused. Like, we're not going to conflate real-life cults to it, let's just not get confused vocabulary-wise. Former top-of-the-class English student here, let's not get confused.
Words can have more than one
Kita's
meaning.
though.
Yeah.
Yes. And I do get Kita's perspective. I'm just saying, like, above the table. I had to speak out as an English, as top grade English.
Kita
And also as a
doesn't
Dionysus worshiper.
For reasons due to their background, they
Of
do
course, you don't
not.
like cults. Yeah.
Yeah, they do not like organized religion.
Fair enough. I completely understand knowing one shot. I'm fair. So, look, here's the thing. Since you don't quite agree with your violent little friend there, we're going to just give you a normal decoy, alright? It looks exactly the same and feels the same. We've even enchanted it a little so it looks the same. If you want to, and he gestures for the other assassins to move the real orb out of your reach, you can even look at the decoy and feel it yourself. Would you like that, little one?
She's just thinks and then is just like shrugs. Like she doesn't like she got what she wanted, which was that like, okay, I have a clear conscience with
Nobody gets
leaving.
hurt, yeah.
Yeah. So she's just
nobody gets
like yeah, no, at that point she doesn't care. Like she just kind of she just wants to go, I think. So she's just gonna be like, no, it's fine.
Admittedly, the more you linger in the camp of Yiga clan themed assassins, the less good vibe you get.
Yeah.
But Sterling has a very charismatic personality and a very fluffy face.
But yeah, no, it's fine. I trust you.
Normally I would call that a mistake, but here it's fine. He says it with the most sincere smile. Like he's not meaning any harm by saying it. It's just like normally I would say blindly trusting me is a mistake, but we did make an agreement, so you're fine.
Yeah.
He just gives you a fluffy pat on the shoulder and then nudges you to go back to your group.
Yep. She will.
So here's the deal. Because I know the Selunites are going to try and cross our path as we leave anyway. We can give you the decoy. Do you want to try and fight us to make a more convincing story? Would you rather leave and not get your and not be shown a practice round again? Do you want to try and get
his face? Just kind of touches his face and kind of remembers that he did kind of get the snot beaten out of him. I can imagine he still has like some bruising.
Most of you got bruised.
Yeah, so he's just like, I don't think so. I think my wounds are pretty convincing enough.
Yes, I do notice. Again, I would apologize to the younger ones, though. We really didn't have any idea they would be bringing you along. Oh, and just to be certain, Blackfoot, you did use the sleeping poison for them, correct? Of course, Master. I would use nothing else without your word. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure we didn't have another mishap like we had last month. And he looks at someone else who shrinks into the crowd. Anyway, And he's going to pick up the box with your decoy, reseal it, get it wrapped up all nice. And he's going to prestidigitate it so there's no more cat hair in it. That's from him. Just clean it up completely.
I mean, they've got Kita,
Hands
so
the
if there
seal
was
wouldn't
cat
break you.
hair in there, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's acting in case the Selunites inspect it and get skeptical because none of your furry friends match his fur.
Valid.
And he hands the box over to Ellie and Layla.
Cool.
Oh, right, and there is the question of your payment. I do have to ask you, would you like to be paid now, or would you like to wait until after you make your delivery and meet up with an agent for your money?
Say an agent would be easier, considering it'd be a bit suspicious if we had money when we approach
Of course,
our
of
little
course.
destination.
I'll have an agent sent over to the treehouse with your funds.
That sounds all right to me.
All right. Now, we're going to have to get you around the wreckage, so you're probably going to have to take some time to move around the little scene we set up. Actually, I have to ask, how good was the acting on a scale of 1 to 10? How good were my Blackfoot at acting?
They looked very dead.
You almost sent me,
Wonderful, like we rehearsed.
you almost sent me into a panic attack, to be honest.
I'm very sorry about that, but I'm not actually. It shows it was convincing.
I figured. It was just that convincing. You should be proud.
I am, thank you. Now, as mentioned, you take the decoy to the Selunites. You come up with a story about being ambushed, you take back your orb, or you can say you protected it, one of the two. Give it to them, and no matter what they tell you, no matter what they say, you stick to the story. You stick to your script. If we
Alright,
find
so
out you were
keep your
honest and you sold us out, you're not getting your money.
Alright, so Sam, keep your trap shut.
Of course. You're the one that does all the talking. I'll leave it to you then.
Good.
All right. Now Sterling actually grabs the box with the orb of time in it, and he puts on his mask, and miraculously it hides all his fur again. Poof! He's back to having the little decorative top knot instead. Funny how Toon logic works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Blackfoot, would you point them the way back to the road? I assume you gave them a good mix-up. Oh, yes, of course, Master. Sterling nods, and then he says to the others, all right, disperse! And everybody hops off in a different direction. The camp is completely abandoned. The campfire is blown out. Like, everybody disappears in clouds of smoke. The camp is just ditched.
I got to admit, they're very good at being sneaky, but then again, what else do you expect from a very sneaky cult?
You only expect the finest, says the one assassin left. By the way, the road is that way. I just had to walk you around a bunch so you didn't know where our camp was at first, in case you decided to plot an attack. And they literally just point the way you came. Just keep going straight. Oh, but be mindful, there is a beehive that way, so don't agitate the bees.
Mm-hmm.
Gives a little wave, gives a funny little wink to Sam, just as a play mock, and then just disappears again.
Peter's just looking down at the picture.
Sorry, before she goes, I think Ellie's like, next time, I'm gonna fight you, and I'm gonna win.
Also, I just remembered that they only have one eye on their mask, so I just imagine it looked like a blink.
Yeah, it's like a slow cat blink is what he gets.
Yeah, that flies
it's still
over
funny
his
though,
head.
but yeah, no, it's just there's just a laugh and the eye just looks gleeful again. And I'm certain we'll be looking forward to it. Until next time. Poof! And they're gone, and only the slightly faint fruity smell follows them all. And then it's gone. And Kita has the photo, you have your box, your arrangement is made, and you have your direction. I assume you head back to the road?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You head back, and your cart is exactly where it was, though admittedly, your donkey does look like she got into a slight scuffle, judging by the hoof prints around her legs. Judging by what little footprints you see, you think somebody tried to approach and feed her something, and she kicked them away, so they left.
Oh no.
There is now a handful of carrots on the ground that she is just happily chewing into with abandon. You think somebody tried giving her carrots, and she immediately didn't want to negotiate and just wanted to steal them.
Oh.
Whether they're good for her or not, it's like, mine, fuck you. And judging by the footprints, it was likely the tabby that one of the assassins was wearing. So you think one of them teleported back to feed the donkey and then just got kicked.
Oh.
I do hope that they are well versed in medical things. I doubt that getting kicked by a donkey is very pleasant.
No, it ain't.
The donkey snorts in response and just continues spoiling herself rotten. Eventually, you get everything packed up. It takes you a little... I'll need athletics checks from those that are helping clean up, but you will need to start moving things out of the road.
Alright.
Okay.
So, athletics, everybody! We're in the
Okay.
home stretch!
Alright. Oh. He's too wimpy.
Aww.
He's too wimpy.
We are very average, I think.
Kita has no strength.
It takes you a while, and Kita, you need help from your swarm to help move things. So the cats are also helping along, kind of like the pal cats from Monster Hunter. Like they
Yeah.
have to occasionally they get up on their hind legs and help, like little toony cats. I forgot what the pal cats were called. Monster Hunter, not Pal World, by the way. We don't endorse Pal World here. We don't endorse that. But I forgot what the... Oh, actually, right. Who's your listener who plays Monster Hunter? What are the cats called? In player chat text, don't unmute. What are they called? In gallery chat, what do you call them? The kitties? Palicos! I knew it had to be a cat, but I just wasn't. I was like, Paline? But that's not a good feline pun. Palicos. So they move like little palicos, kind of, and just help move things out of the way. Now, the issue is because of your very average or melinx, so that's cute. I'll go with palicos for now, just like, that's the easier word. Melinx is cute, though. Like methinks, but melinx. Baby. We love palicos in this house. Beautiful little creatures.
Yes.
Anyway. Because of your average rolls, unfortunately, by the time you finish moving the debris in the road, it is nighttime, so you need to camp again.
Torch is not gonna take the shift again. He's just gonna flop down and go to bed.
Maybe the other two should roll should take it just because didn't really go well last time.
You know what? Yeah, okay, so Sam or Kita, who wants on night watch first? This is your last night watch for the evening.
Kita will go on night watch.
Okay. Now, you have no bad weather yet, so roll a normal perception check.
That's a 20.
Nice.
You're not ambushed. You do notice that the squirrel from earlier is watching you again, but you do kind of understand that maybe they're just watching to make sure the agreement goes well.
Mm-hmm.
They just stay in a tree looking all ruffled and fluffy. You see one of the tiny paws wave at you as soon as they see you notice. But you're not ambushed. I would like you to, however, roll 3d20 for the weather that Sam will be dealing with and you'll be dealing with the next day. Actually, let Sam roll it. Sam roll it, I realize. Let Sam. Sam! 3d20, let's see the weather.
I think that should do it.
You know, I had a cute, an out-of-character thought. I just imagined, Sam sees the squirrel and was like, "You can come here, little buddy."
The squirrel takes one look at that and immediately shakes his head and goes further into the trunk. Like you get a little you get a little sign language from the squirrel that's like, I'm undercover, pretend I'm not here. Because, squirrels can't talk. Or like it talks in squeak speech, but you are not Kronk, so you can't speak squeak. But that is okay, so you have a light breeze, but that's about it. No precipitation. Temperatures are perfectly nice, even refreshing. And Sam, once you're out, it's a very normal night. The sun is where it is setting. The moon is where it's supposed to be as soon as night falls completely. Everything is in its place. Now, again, it doesn't fully sit right with you to just negotiate with a cult to give up something like an orb of time. But, well, who knows? Maybe Sterling proves sincere, or maybe he doesn't. You've never met him, but if he's a sibling of a friend of yours, maybe you can trust him? Who knows?
Yeah, that's basically what he's thinking. It's like, well, we did this for the guild, and if he's a friend of the guild, it kind of makes sense to trust him. I don't know. Yeah, it
Now,
doesn't.
because of your good perception, or, well, roll your perception, actually. I realized I didn't see yours. Roll your perception for the night watch, and you have no disadvantage. It's just a little breezy, just a little windy, just a bit.
Yeah, windy.
Just a smidgen pigeon.
That's a 17.
17. You do notice that eventually the squirrel makes distance, but you do think that it just in case you do decide to say anything funny, there is somebody watching hoping you'll stick to the script. Eventually, dawn comes and the weather is perfectly clear. It's partly cloudy, but you can see a lot of blue in the sky, the sun is shining. And it's that perfect day where it's like not too warm, but it's just warm enough that every time the breeze rolls around, it's perfectly refreshing and chill, Perfect day. Perfect. Nothing can top it. Except your moral compass, maybe, but yeah, you can't change it now.
Well, that's what the group decided on.
Or just more compass is in the ground.
It's on the ground, but thankfully he's not digging yet.
Yeah.
Yet. So, you move along, and Torch, when you wake up in the morning, there is another little cup of, there's another cup of little hot cocoa waiting just for you from Pebby.
Torch just happily drinks it. He might glance over at the twins for a moment, but he just drinks it without feeling remorse.
Twins, you don't know what happened. You fell asleep, and when you woke up, there was like a pebble with googly eyes next to Torch that had a cup. And Torch just takes the cup and accepts it as a gift. You're not sure how the hot cocoa got there.
Yeah, there's a high-pitched, squeal from Ellie, oh my god, that is adorable, but, at a pitch that you cannot make out the words.
Since Torch is a raccoon, I imagine it actually hurts his ears.
Probably.
Yeah.
Keita's just off to the side, sleeping wonderfully, then all of a sudden, oh god.
Yeah, just reaching up, clutching the ears, pulling the hat over the ears, like, no!
Yeah, she's not quiet about it either. Everyone is awake now.
I assume Torch quickly conceals Pebby.
Yeah, Pebby is immediately put into his main. Like, you want
right into the hyperspace he goes.
Yep. The hyperspace is in the fluff. And I can just imagine, Ellie's expression even grows even more, endeared as soon as he says that the pebble's name is Pebby.
There's, the face that she has is, that one. You're gonna have a companion today. She wants to know everything.
Uh-huh.
Torch is just trying to drink his hot cocoa and ignore her.
She's just like the like just like scooch closer, so like that sort of thing.
He's scooting away as best as he can because the cart's very small.
Yeah, you're not getting away. I'm so sorry. She is annoying you for the rest of today until she gets answers. And she's not even going to feel bad about it because she knows enough about Torch now to know this is fine.
Yeah, and it's also payback for all the scams. So
Yeah.
So your car ride goes well with Torch being harassed by questions endlessly.
And he's trying to ignore them.
Sassy, I'm sorry, you're not coming in yet. In just a little bit. I'm sorry. You can come in a little bit, just not right now, okay? I'm sorry. Just a few more minutes, okay? That is Sassy. That's my fluffy baby. And eventually, you do reach what appears to be an abandoned graveyard around a church, long since left out of use. And you see what appears to be a group of humanoids, mostly humans and elves, that are kind of just. They kind of peer through the windows at first, and then you see the door open up. Oh! Here! And quickly approaching you is somebody that is in bright blue and silver. Honestly, you swear she's dressed like the fairy godmother if the fairy godmother was fancier. Oh, you've arrived! Oh, wonderful! Oh, wonderful. Now come on, out of the cart, let me see you.
Torch hops out of the cart almost immediately, trying to get away from Ellie. But he also wants to show like the bruises that he
bruises,
has. Yeah, so that
Now, most of your wounds have healed by now, but you do have some bruising. And you just see her gasp and pull her hand up to her mouth. Oh no, you've been injured. What's happened?
we got into a bit of a scuffle with some very unwilling assassins who wanted to steal the orb from us. Don't worry, we taught them a proper lesson. The orb is completely secure. Kita, would you mind bringing it out?
Would anybody like to assist Torch in the deception roll?
Yeah, Kita will assist if possible.
Okay, cool. Torch, roll deception with advantage.
2d20?
2d20 and your deception modifier.
A dirty 20.
All right, so give me just a moment. Okay, so we're using the stat block for a priest. So insight is insight wisdom or intelligence?
Wisdom.
Okay, so that's going to be a 1d20 plus 3 to try and beat your 20. $15 comes close. Doesn't pass it. Oh, you poor things. It must have been the Sharans trying to get at it. Oh. Come, everybody inside. We can get you all patched up and made better. Come along.
Yes, ma'am. And he very eagerly follows her because he wants to be nowhere near Ellie.
Valid,
He's
honestly.
very annoyed with her.
Yes, that includes everyone in the cart. Come on. That includes you, Mr. Cowboy.
He's just gonna walk along silently.
And I assume Kita has the box.
Yeah. Kita is doing their best to hold it. They are not strong.
And the priestess actually comes back and happily lifts it a little with you. She is surprisingly brawny. Here we go, dear. You can allow me to have it. It's okay.
Nope. I got it.
All right, I'll just help you in. Come on. And she guides you inside. Long hair flowing behind her. and you are immediately doted upon and fretted over by what appear to be several similar figures dressed in similar attire. You do see some others that actually have weapons that are watching the windows, but not everybody is in like a uniform. Some people are in very casual but light traveling clothes, and others are in the blue and silver. But you are tended to and nursed completely.
Torch would rather will take this rather than hearing Ellie's annoying questions all day.
Well, she's doing her best to try and still keep close to him, like when she can. Yeah, she's.
Just imagining like she's trying to grab onto his tail and he just kind of yanks it away.
I think she might pick him up, honestly.
Aw, buddy,
Aw.
he's not escaping the small plushy allegations.
Oh no!
I'm just imagining the moment Kita
she
puts
is.
down,
Whoop.
just puts down the box. They just do the cartoon bit of just their arms fall off.
Yeah.
like a like a
Yeah,
Lego
they
sound
just-
effect.
Yeah, there's just a little Lego breaking sound and your arms pop off before the priestess just reaches down and puts them back on. It's alright, dear, I've got it from here. And as she does that, you kind of see from one of the opened walls of this ruined building, you see another group of folks that are dressed very casually come back with a lot of fish. And you kind of watch as they cook something that is... Essentially, you watch as they essentially make this spicy, spit-roasted, crispy fish recipe called the Tears of Selune.
Hmm.
Typically made with firm white fish, the secret weapon of these delicacies is said to be the seasoning. A tantalizing mix of paprika, soy sauce, and sesame seeds. Sometimes they're sometimes they're fried in a skillet, though. Some insist the open flame yields the best texture, which you hear from one of the chefs. But they're best served with a starchy base, and are served with bowls of rice for everybody. So, allow me to get an image of this actual recipe from the book Heroes Feast Flavors of the Multiverse. And all of you essentially get a spicy fish treat temporarily. This is the picture of Tears of Selune. And we're going to post it for the gallery chat as well.
Oh, yum.
It's fish on skewers. Now, as you're all eating, those with higher perception notice that some of them shuffle off with the box toward the back of this ruined church. And including one of the folks that actually appears to have a warhammer. As you're peering over, you can see the silhouettes as lights are made in the room. You see the person with the warhammer lifts it, judging by their shadow on the wall, holds the hammer high, and then there's a flash of light and the shattering of glass in the distance.
Torch just flinches a bit at the sound of shattering glass. But he mostly just focuses on eating.
You okay, little buddy?
Shut.
All right. Zipping my lips.
I will say some of the cats making up Kita's coat just begin to sneak off them and just like slowly make their way towards food.
It's
Yeah, that's
spicy,
kind
so
of
I
a-
don't think they're gonna like it.
It is spicy, but the chef kind of notices. And one of the chefs you notice is a tabaxi. Which, funny enough, does kind of look like an actual palico. Like, small and everything. Hey! Finally, the little one's coming over for a snack, huh? Don't worry. I got your purse. It's right here. And just, sets out plates of the fish for the cats to go ham on. Saved the last for you. Enjoy!
I literally just imagine, like, the entire coat of cats just scattering off of Akita.
Food.
Yep.
I have a little cat. Ellie gets that like sort of like knife cat expression again, and just leans over to Torch and just Does Pebby want any?
No.
I
Who's
regret I regret letting you ever see him.
This chef actually asks, "Who's Pebby?"
Before Ellie can even answer, he covers her mouth by shoving
Yep.
more food in it.
Yeah.
Just Snickers.
Well, I don't want anybody going hungry. Go on, spit it out.
Pebby is just a long-term friend who is not here. Not at all.
Roll me deception, and I assume nobody's assisting you. I assume nobody's
No.
assisting you.
No.
No.
It's an 11.
Yeah, that doesn't even beat passive. He just kind of. Now, I'm not about to let anybody in this whole pack starve. Get your buddy out and we'll get some food for him. Come on.
Torch looks almost defeated as he reaches into his hammer space. The floof, even. So I'm just gonna roll a 1d10, right?
Mm-hmm. As payback for your moral quandaries, you get humiliated as a treat.
Yeah. I have no idea, but does 5 work?
Yeah, 5
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Anything
And that
Yeah.
one is that one is the fumble to start. So you're,
Okay.
so you just
And-
pull out
and-
man, Pebble.
Yeah, and he pulls out Pebby the Pebble, his attuned little rock with googly eyes.
The chef kind of blinks for a moment, and then oddly enough looks endeared. Well, bring him on over. He can't grab his food himself.
Torch doesn't even know if Pebby can eat. He may have tried, like, secretly when everyone else was asleep, or he thought everyone else was asleep. But he doesn't really know, so he just kind of walks over and lets the chef hold on to Pebby, but he also whispers, "If anything happens to him, I will hurt you."
Now, I have the paws of a cat burglar. I'll be fine. And now, does your friend want the tears of Selune, or does he want the cooked fish? Spice or no spice?
I wouldn't really know. I guess chef's choice.
He gives him a couple of each. He gives him 2 fillets of the white fish, and then gives him 2 of the spicy kebabs. And a little portion of rice, and he just carefully sets the pebble so that it's on the plate, but it's away from all the food. He puts a little napkin under it so that way it stays dry.
Torch is very endeared, but he also is very embarrassed.
He then holds it back up to you. Here you go. A hero's feast for your little friend.
Torch takes it back and just sits back where he was.
Now I need to roll an Arcana check. Don't mind me. It's not for Pebby. Don't worry. It's not for Pebby.
I just imagine that, like, his usual yellow face is now kind of tinged orange with blush, with an embarrassed blush.
Just see, was that so hard?
You shut your little trap, you brat.
She's gonna poke her tongue out at him. Layla is on the other side to you guys, by the way. She wants no part in that.
Wait a minute. This isn't right. And you see a few of the others come out of the little back room. It should have given off a different aura than that when we destroyed it. Are you sure this is the right sphere?
We were certain. It's what the museum architecture gave us.
It's what the museum gave you, then. One of the guards speaks up. They must have swapped it for a decoy already. They must have taken it to the museum. We were too late. Oh, no.
Why? Why did you need it? Was there something important? I heard you destroyed it, but why?
We were hoping to slow the cult of Shar's plans. I'm afraid the thugs that might have ambushed you were Sharans. Well, then that wouldn't
Shame.
make sense. They wouldn't have ambushed you if they knew they'd had it, so they must have taken it and switched it when you weren't looking.
That might
One
have
of
been
the
the case.
one of the guards kind of turns and looks at you guys with narrowed eyes. Just kind of squints a little. And we're gonna roll another insight check. "17 gets close, but Torch's earlier deception still beats it.
Yep.
How did the fight with the assassins go exactly? And that's what the guard asks.
We were going along the path, as you so kindly gave the map to. It rained a little bit, so we did get just a touch bit, a little touch bit lost, but it's nothing that we couldn't handle. We got back on track, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
However, the fight went as this. We spotted what we spotted what we thought was a very decrepit wreckage with dead bodies and whatnot. But then suddenly they sprung up and attacked us. They went for our younger ones first. So of course, me and Sam over here went to their defense.
I imagine Kita also speaks up because Kita was the first to defend.
Kita was
Yeah.
the first.
And none of you noticed them messing with your supplies in the slightest when they were attacking you?
It was hard when we were surrounded. The chaos could make anyone really not really pay attention.
Yes, it is a classic Sharon tactic. Set up a scene to tug at the heartstrings and get them when they're vulnerable. Oh, they're the worst. And you can just see some of the others expressing sympathy. Even the chef is kind of looking, but he's mostly focused on the food, but he does kind of watch between you. Oh, I'm very sorry, young ones. I'm afraid
We
you
tried our
brought us as a
best.
fake. They must have switched it while you were occupied.
So sorry. We didn't mean to.
No, it's not your fault at all. There's just parentheses above their heads of it is very much. It is very much.
I just imagine Torch is putting on a face of like lowered ears, big ol' eyes, like he's trying to in his very thick brows. He's trying to look so very sad, like
he's looking very sympathetic, and his shadow is sprouting horns and a tail.
Yeah, horns and a devil tail.
We were hoping to slow down the Sharon's plans of trying to unleash something terrible.
Would you mind explaining what it was?
Oh, I suppose we could try, but we don't know the most on it. They started mobilizing not that long ago, claiming a vision of one of their leaders had come to them in a dream. Apparently, Lady Shaw wished to see an ally freed from the darkness of space.
Ally? What ally? I was under the assumption there was just her and yours.
Give me just a minute. No, that is most certainly not the language, but try again. Give me just a minute. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get an immediate name, but from descriptions we could gather, well, more so titles. And that's the chef, actually, as he's kind of continuing to cook more of the fish, toss more of the spice. Goes by a few titles. Master of Darkness, Shogun of Sorrow, Bringer of Misery. Its name means evil, and is evil to speak. It was believed to be a fiend once. Sometimes some have claimed it's an old one, from the far realms. But either way, the creature should not find its way back. If it does... And he kind of... There's like a little burning that reaches the fish, but he quickly rotates it. But you can see just a little bit of black. It can only mean misery for Inkwell. Though they spoke very strangely of it, talking about desperation and wanting to see a friend. Also, with the description she's giving, would anybody like to make religion checks? With some disadvantage, since you don't have the actual name of it.
Cool.
Alrighty.
So you can risk it for the biscuit, but you have disadvantage by default.
Nope.
What the fuck?
Why are you? Why you? Why you,
Why
Buck?
me?
Why you?
Why?
Why you?
Why does Torch know things?
At this point, Torch should just sell his soul to Bill. Get rid of the middleman. Just deal with it already. Also, I'm just seeing low numbers across the board. Otherwise, buddy. Keep in mind, you do have disadvantage, but you can't roll much lower than that.
No. I'm gonna roll again for the sake of it. 0!
So nat 1 -1 for the audience, so Sam knows less than nothing.
Yeah, like how as soon as you say you can't roll less than that, 0.
That's
Fine by
0.
me.
Oh.
Why
Nat 1. So, nobody else has any recollection of this, because Candle, that's a 5 for your twins.
Yeah.
So you can roll them individually in this instance if you want. It's still disadvantage.
Alright, I'll give it another go.
While you do that, I'll describe the
No,
others.
that was a nat 1 I rolled immediately.
Okay.
Oh my god, no one knows anything, but Torch is the networking.
So, Torch! Oh, to be cursed with the burden of knowledge. Oh, to be burdened with the guilt of knowing. As you're given a little bit more description, you kind of think. And at first, nothing clicks. Though, admittedly, you are in the same guild as the fucking devil. Though, you do note that guild members have been trying not to brag about that, right? By Scratch's request. Because it does kind of kill business when you tell people, oh, we work with the devil, by the way. They kind of tend to not affiliate, and you need the money. And then you think. And you don't actually think back to your adulthood or teenhood in the slightest. You think of when you were just a little younger. Maybe in a slightly edgy phase or with slightly edgy friends. But a little younger. A little bit before, or perhaps in the middle of some terrible things happening. When you were just doing some research, just trying to distract your mind from things, hanging out with some friends. One of them talked about doing research into demons and devils as a special interest. Just for funsies. And they found a name that came up from a book they had stolen from a very prolific bookseller. Now, the name doesn't click to you, but they researched demons and devils, particularly of the animated toon variety. And you think. And you remember one mention in that book in particular. There was no distinct art of it. Shape-shifting master of darkness, shogun of sorrow, bringer of grief and misery. It was said that he once was believed to either rule some portion of or ruled in tandem with Toon Hell. A terrifying demon to be reckoned with by any and all celestial forces. But was lost to time, defeated, and sealed away. The full story was never found, but it was said that he was sealed away in a star in the far distance, where he could never again touch Inkwell's gentle green grass, or feel its warm sun, where he could never hurt anyone else. A demon said to be sealed away until misfortune would strike Inkwell and bring about a solar eclipse, restoring him to his former glory. Though, oddly enough, for a fiendish figure, he wasn't said to really have many followers. If anybody tried, they were pretty much shot down immediately, either discouraged or just outright smote on the spot. So he never developed enough of a following for anyone to do anything about it. But you think on it. And you think about what little vague art about that little myth that your friend did for special interest research was, and you think about the description of them. And part of you doesn't know if Sterling was telling the truth and they really did want reunited with a friend, or if perhaps even the Sharons were lied to. And that perhaps they as well were deceived, or, knowing Lady Shar, perhaps that she could have deceived her followers, if you listen to some of the ill reputation they have. And that maybe they were releasing something worse. But, as if a great shadow loomed over you, you kind of look up toward the sun, peering through the clouds. And you try to imagine for a moment how tall that terrible prehistoric fiend would be. Tall enough to eclipse the sun, a crown of horns, blacker than night. A master of shadows would make a perfect ally for the Lady of the Void, wouldn't it? But then, why discuss friends? Why the desperation? Was it a lie? Or was it something else? You don't know.
And for the record, Torch does not care.
He doesn't care, but you do kind of think. And yeah, Mia does make up a point in text. Folks could have waited for an eclipse, but you kind of notice you haven't had one. You haven't seen a solar eclipse. You don't recall. Should there be one happening soon, or is something wrong? Eclipses should be a natural thing. You've heard other real kind mention it. They've seen them before. But then again, the real kind you've spoken to have been Fae, and occasionally some other travelers. So, Feywild eclipses are a little funny. You can imagine that, but what would a fiend want, and why would Shar want to assist one? The name makes sense, but nothing else does. And well, you certainly couldn't care less. The idea that you could release something terrifying onto Inkwell, onto all of your friends and loved ones, whether they're alive or not, fills your gut with a strange sense of dread. Dread which almost immediately disappears as you kind of look back over to Peppy, and you realize half of the plate has been eaten.
He kind of just smiles a little bit, knowing that Peppy can in fact eat.
He just doesn't eat when anybody's looking, it seems. Like, as soon as you blink, there's another bite gone. But it's like almost a little... They almost like cartoon human bites, like nibbles. It's like little bite chunks, just chomp, 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 chomp. But there's no mouth.
I imagine he kind of chuckles a little bit from it.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, but it's up to you whether you say anything or not. And presumably, Tort, cursed with the burden of knowing, refuses to speak.
He knows things, but refuses to tell anything unless asked. And even then, he will probably lie.
He would go mad in a Lovecraftian book and then refuse to tell anybody his knowledge.
Yeah.
He would just
What did you learn? I learned nothing.
I learned nothing, says the man with a tentacle for a face.
A tentacle for a snout.
But to everyone else, you don't know anything about it, but it does, to those of you that are at least familiar with the cult, it would make sense that Lady Shar would want to let loose an ally, and that ally might not be very good. The titles are certainly spooky, but if you haven't heard of them, surely they're not as bad as they say, right?
Surely they're just exaggerations.
Surely they're exaggerating, or it's just titles given because, again, this is old knowledge. Stuff they had to hunt for in pieces. Nobody has any actual modern day knowledge on it, so who's to say it's true?
Hmm.
But either way, the priestess, at least the one that greeted you, just sort of rubs her face and sighs. I'm very sorry, young ones. I was really hoping we could stall this little charade. Not, that's not the right word. What's the right word? Persnickety, what's the right word? Problem. A problem, right. I was thinking of the Sharans in the cart earlier, I'm sorry. Look, it's nothing that the museum should be concerned with. We're just going to hasten our search for the Sharans and see if we can get the orb away from them and destroy it. Or in the very least, get it into more capable hands.
All right.
We don't need to worry the museum. Let me just give you a note. Hang on. And she's going to reach into her hammer space. And she pulls out what appears to be a wax seal. Though the wax beads that she pulls out almost look like just... It kind of looks like solidified moon dust, the way it glitters with silver and white. It's kind of gritty looking at first, but once she actually gets it over the heat and, gets herself ready to make a wax seal on this little piece of paper, it gleams like moonlight, and it's very pretty. Persnickety, could you give me your shoulder for it? Of course. And he just offers his shoulder so she can just put the paper on it, stamp the paper on the solid surface,
Aw.
pull it back. And she pulls the piece of paper back and hands it. And it's just a piece of parchment that's like a fine, clean white color with this moonlight colored seal. And it allow me to remind myself real quick what the symbol of Selune is, real fast. Oh, Sassy, you'll be in just a moment. I know, I'm very sorry, dear. I'll be with you in a moment, Sassy. And the symbol you see is a pair of beautiful eyes surrounded by 7 gleaming stars.
Torch
This
hums
is-
a little bit and takes the note and puts it in his own hammer space. For safekeeping.
This should prove the legitimacy of your transaction with us. I'm very sorry.
We are sorry as well. We had no idea. If there's anything that we can do to make it up, just let us know. EGAD will gladly.
No. One of the guards kind of thinks at the mention of EGAD, but says nothing. No, look, we don't need to involve you in our struggles. This is strictly between the followers of Selune and the followers of Shar, as always. It's our job to see to it that Shar doesn't unleash more misery on the world. And every step we fail, they get further along. I'm very sorry. You can
All
take the
right.
seal and you can go back to the museum. They should accept that as legitimate. It's made with our moonlight wax. There's no one else that can replicate it. But
Thank you very much.
do proceed to go once you're done eating. We don't need you to leave in the middle of a meal.
Thank you. We'll be out of your hair soon. Don't worry.
Why not have him stay the night? I mean, you said it yourself, traveling by day is best. And at least we can see to it they're safe. Oh, yes, I do suppose that's right. Would you like to stay the night? I know this place isn't what it used to be, but we can keep you safe here in case they come back.
Just looks at the others before nodding a little bit. If it helps their lie, he's going to go with it.
And she looks at the others. Would you like to stay the night?
Kina will nod.
I think Ellie
Sam will-
just shrugs. Just like,
Yeah,
yeah.
Sam will also shrug.
I think she's too busy
Alright.
thinking about all the stuff that they learned. Like, that sort of
Mhm.
thing.
And Pebby.
And Pebby. Let's not forget Pebby.
You
Also,
imagine
I
Pebby
do
is
want
just
to
sitting with
notice it's not subtle to you either. Ellie, as soon as you look at the plate, half of it is gone, but you don't see Pebby eating.
I literally just imagine like Pebby has like little crumbs on the side of it.
Yeah, just underneath
Actually.
the goo glands, it's just crumbs.
Yeah, I think she maybe she got distracted. I think she'd been like staring at Pebby to see them eat and then got distracted by the talk and then looked back and it's just like it's half gone and she's just like I missed it.
Yeah, you missed a bite taken out of it. And
And
there's
then she
just,
blinks and another bite is taken out.
you blink and there's like a couple bits of rice on the rock now.
Yeah. Just the no fair, I want to see. How do you eat? Where is your mouth?
You swear it's not looking at you, but there's a faint aura of mischief. You blink and it's eating a
Pebby-
little more.
Pebby is rubbing off. Has gone towards just rubbed off on Pebby.
No, this is just Pebby naturally.
Aww.
But you decide to stay the night, and nobody needs to keep night watch. The church is beautifully illuminated by the moonlight, and the weather remains crisp and clear. I am going to roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, a d5 to see who gets the nightmare.
Another audience member has joined us. It's my cat.
Oh, hi, Kibby. Akita. Kibby. Wisdom save, please.
Okay, wisdom save. That's a 21.
You succeed. Now I'm going to give you a choice. You will not suffer the ill effects. Would you like to see the nightmare in the form of a vision instead, or would you like to say no to the nightmare?
Let's see in form of a vision.
Okay. Because you succeeded and so high, no less, it doesn't actually bother you, but as you kind of sleep, it takes you longer to fall into dream than usual. And you wake up and you're cold. You're cold. Oh, but you're always cold. It's never warm here anymore. Never warm. This place died ages ago, and still, you keep on waking up hoping it gets warmer and it doesn't. Have you kept track of the day? Have you woken up for real, or are you waking up into another dream? You can't keep track. It stays cold, it stays cold, it stays cold. You look around, it stays cold. You try and stoke a fire, it stays cold. You can't do anything. There's no room to move, there's no room to breathe, there's no room to warm up. You want to shiver, but you can't even do that. What would you like to do?
Is it dark?
Oh, it's terribly dark. You can kind of see around you, but even though there's so much light, it doesn't feel like it reaches. Every glimmering star feels ages away, and none of them look at you when you turn.
I'm gonna roll a whiz save, as this hits so close to home for Kita.
Oh no.
Okay, so they managed to not immediately start breaking down, as they are just doing their best to just force themselves to breathe, as they
Oh,
remind
breathe.
themselves, this isn't real. You're not back there.
This is temporary. This is
Mhm.
temporary. This is a bad dream, is what it is. You're going to wake up. You're going to be home. You're going to be warm, and you're going to be home. You're going to be warm, and you're going to be home. Just breathe. You don't have an atmosphere. Just breathe. Just. You close your eyes. But when next you open them again, it's the same. Your eyes burn like you want to cry, but nothing leaves. You're not even able to make tears out here. What's the use? What's the point? You scream and nobody hears it. You claw and bite and gnash and scratch, and it doesn't make a dent. You're stuck in a marble, and the universe is just picking you around for sport. It's not fair. It's not fair. Oh, what you would give for the sun and the grass. What you would give to wither a rose in your hands again. Do you remember how many petals they had? How many petals did they have? How many petals did a rose have? Do you remember? Roll a nature check. How many petals? How many petals? How many petals does a rose have normally? Can you keep count?
Let's find out. Does Cheetah have nature? They don't. 6.
It's 50, right? No, that's too much. Oh, if only you could ask her. If only you could ask. She knew flowers. It had to do with 5? What was it, 50? 15? 500? That sounds like too much. Oh, you don't remember how roses look anymore. Oh, no. You look back to the void and you try to think. You know what direction it is. You know. You just can't move. Stuck in an endless dream where you never wake up, you're never at home, you're never warm, it's always cold, it's always lonely, you're always... Just keep calm. Just breathe. You'll get out. You'll get out. You manage to talk to someone, and they can get you out. You can get out. It's only a matter of time. And once you get back, it'll be like you never left. Everyone will be right where you left them. The world will be the same. Einquill will be the same. And you're going to make those bastards suffer for locking you out here so long.
Oh.
But maybe you won't, you know? Sometimes revenge doesn't sound as nice, and really, you just want to see people. Do you remember how people look? No. Do you remember her? Oh, you remember her. Oh, you miss the warmth of her hugs. Oh, you miss it. Oh, you miss it. Oh, what you wouldn't give to go home. It's only a matter of time. You've spoken. You've been heard. For once, your glorious voice has been heard. You just have to wait. Just a little more time. It's not going to be years. It's not going to be thousands. Honestly, with the way erasures work, it'll be like you never left. It might evolve to the exact same state. You don't know. Is that how erasures work? You don't remember. Oh, you don't remember. Oh, no. Just breathe. Breathe. Remind yourself. You are a force to be reckoned with. You are sorrow incarnate, master of shadows, bringer of misery. It's not like you to be conquered by misery. That's not how it works. You just have to wait. You just have to wait. You have time. It won't be long now. You'll be home. And you'll see your friends again. Oh, that sounds so much nicer than revenge. Oh, you can't wait to see your friend again. Has she missed you? Oh, she must have missed you so much. You can't imagine how much trouble she's causing to get you back. You can't imagine. You'll be home. You'll go home. One of these days you'll sleep, and you'll wake up and you'll be home. It's just a matter of time. And the last thing you get a vision of is a face. Green and red, illuminated barely by the stars. And great white eyes filled with yearning and rage. You scream one more time, but it's not you screaming. Suddenly, you're thrust out of your prison, flying light years beyond light years, time beyond space. And you don't see what screams. You wake up in bed. Not in a cold sweat. You actually wake up and it's morning. You slept perfectly fine, but when you look toward where you thought you heard the scream, you don't see anything. Not a hint of a star or a planet. You're sure that was just a dream. Definitely. That yearning lingers in your chest until you wake up fully, and it feels all too familiar to your own, Kita. All too familiar.
Kita's just going to. Let's see. Who would you say is the? Let's just roll a d4 for who's the closest.
You can see most people are asleep. There are still some guards at the windows, but you kind of think they've entered a trance because elves don't normally sleep. So they're not looking at you.
Cool. Okay, Kita's just gonna walk on over and give Sam a hug. And they're just gonna stay there.
And Sam, you kind of wake up to the feeling of a hug this morning as Kita just wraps their arms around you.
Well, hey there, kiddo. Is everything all right?
They open their mouth to say something and then just close it.
Did you have a bad dream?
I think so.
All right. Oh, if you want to talk about it, I'll listen. But if you don't, I'll just be here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the way, nobody else had any similar dreams or nightmares or visions. Your dreams were kind of blank, but relatively pleasant. The twins, you just kind of dreamed of home, but in a nicer time, you think. Sam, you just dreamt of a nice ranch that you were singing to some cows. One of them had two faces instead of one. You knew it wouldn't live long, but you wanted to sing to it anyway.
Aw.
And
Stars.
yeah, the stars. There's twice as many stars. Something about a poem.
Mm-hmm.
And Torch. Again, you had a dream just yearning for the comfort of home. Home before the robots. Home after the robots. Home where people you know are missing come back and ask you to play again. Come out and play, Torch. Come on. I got the ball. Come on. But of course, you answer the door and there's nobody. But one of these days there will be. And when you wake up, it's not one of your friends that's there, it's Pebby. This time with just a glass of nice cold water. And miraculously, I assume you decided to clean Pebby of food instead of just leaving Pebby all, you know?
Yeah, Torch
Yeah.
never leaves Pebby all dirty. Gives
Yeah.
Pebby a little polished almost every night.
Oh.
You waste no time picking the rice off the night before, and he is still cleaner, but he looks like he got splashed a little getting your water. You're not sure if he took a dip in the river or not, but he's fine. His googly eyes are still there. They're just looking
just
at
imagine
you
he
full
gives-
of sympathy.
I just imagine Torch gives Pebby a little kiss on the little pebble and just takes a little sip of water before putting Pebby back into his hammer space.
By the
In
way,
the brief moment, a little kiss.
sorry. What's Scorch's passive perception? It's pretty high, isn't it?
Torch's passive perception is 14.
Yeah, okay. Alright,
Are
well,
you gonna roll for something?
Yes, I am. I rolled a stealth. And it's definitely below your passive perception because that was a 7. Ellie was going for a camera. She wanted to take a picture.
Torch. I imagine Torch just saw it and just quickly shoved Pebby back into his fluff, and he was to give a little rude gesture towards her, but refrained because he'd rather not teach her something like that. He's gonna drink his water, his cold Lala.
His refreshingly cold water.
One day she's gonna get a picture of it.
One day. But you'll wake up to the smell of breakfast, and it's fish, it's freshly baked biscuits, with a little bit of burning from the campfire, because that's how it goes. And you actually you start the morning with some s'mores, too. Although the chef does specify for the record, and now this isn't real chocolate, but it's safe for us to eat, so go ahead, kitty. And he just kind of gives a plate over to Keto once everyone's awake and, like, ready to eat.
Cheetah's just gonna eat.
Yeah.
Just like at first with 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
I imagine to prevent Pebby from being seen again by Ellie, so that way she can't get a camera out, he's just gonna put some food in his hammer's face too, just so that way Pebby can have a little snack.
Pebby gets a little s'mores, a treat. And only because he's in your hammer space, you hear a little chomping noise like a little bug.
Aww.
Actually.
And then you just hear the tiniest little burp in your hammer space.
Oh.
I will let all the party members roll this perception. It's just for a funny little thing. Yeah, if you want to roll a perception.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Kita, it's okay, Kita. You had a rough night.
Torch is just happily looking.
Yeah. Okay.
Happily.
I think only Sam is able to hear this. But what if I no? Please no. Like from the twins. Ellie is currently trying to persuade her sister, who has the highest stealth modifier, to get a picture for her.
Sam's just gonna smirk and not stop them.
If only Keita knew with their +8, no, what was it? Yeah, +17 to stealth.
Yeah.
Now, you guys have your breakfast. And it's good. Having a s'more for breakfast along with some fish and some biscuits is nice. Especially with some warm butter. Oh, buddy. Perfect way to start a morning. The sun is still... And the truth is, it's kind of early enough. The sun is still rising over the horizon, so you get the perfect colors of blue and pink. Now, Kita, you still don't... Even as the stars kind of fade and the sky lightens up, you still don't see what you dreamt of. So you think, maybe it was in your imagination? Maybe it was just you projecting some bad feelings from before? Maybe?
Maybe.
Who knows? It didn't feel great being back there, feeling all trapped without any help or hope. But maybe you can talk it out later, you know. Couldn't hurt. But anyway, the priestess kind of gets everybody all prepped, helps everybody clean up. She's very involved and she's very sweet, and it would almost make you feel bad for lying to her face so thoroughly.
Torch does not feel bad.
Almost. Now, if you travel early enough, if you go along the main road, we've managed to move the trees, so you should be able to take the straight road back to Toontown. Remember,
Thank you again.
Of course, just don't break the bad news to the curator. He's trying so very hard.
Of course.
All right. And when you look back, you do actually see somebody is feeding the donkey at your cart, who has been very comfortably given a blanket to lay in. Just like a little blanket over top, and she is just being treated by like 2 other priests, and they are just pampering her like she hasn't noticed. She doesn't look like she wants to leave yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, that's gonna make the donkey very hard to get going.
She even rolls on her side, even, and kind of, you almost think she offers her belly a bit. Which very nearly crushes one of the priests, mind you.
I just imagine a comedic little wee.
Yeah. But eventually, you guys get her persuaded. Though again, she's like, 5 more minutes, please. Please, I don't gotta go yet. I got my hooves all clean. There's no mud. Please. But you gotta. You gotta. And she just kind of stares at the priest, and they gave her a little wave, and she just kind of waves an ear back. And then goes back to looking completely grumpy and bitchy to the rest of you. Except Sam, of course. Sam is her delight. Sam is her baby.
Imagine getting adopted by a donkey.
I smile, knowing full well what happens in the next game that's coming up.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. It's not going to be your problem.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
you head along, and there's no need to make survival checks. The road is crisp and clear, and you do actually see where, yeah, there's an imprint where like a big fuck-off tree had fallen. That could make a definitive roadblock. In fact, you actually see where there was a mudslide caused by the rain, so you kind of think maybe it's for the best you went the other road. Ugh. But eventually you make it back to Toontown, and you explain the situation to the curator, and you don't even need to lie. The automatic success from the stamp gives it. So, you successfully make your delivery, and you head back to EGAD. Now, at first you all get 250 gold, and when you get back to EGAD, everything seems normal, but you see somebody outside that you don't recognize. This actually appears to be a bird tune. A canary, cutely enough. Oh, hello! You're with EGAD, right?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, were you busy with an adventure? I'm so sorry. I hope you're not too busy.
We just got back from a little escapade. Is there something you need?
Oh, well, I don't want to trouble you for too long, but I do have a delivery for you.
That being?
And, out of the eyesight of any of the other EGAD guild members, nobody else sees. She just kind of gestures for you to come close, and she just pours the rest of the gold into your pockets. So as a you first.
You can see a Torch's face just light up with an almost evil grin, but it's just more maniacal.
Are you satisfied?
Very.
Now, like I said, I wasn't here. I'm just the delivery bird.
Farewell, delivery bird.
Of
Have a safe travel.
You too. It's like we never met. And she disappears in a puff of smoke. As a grand total for the people that don't want to do math, by the way, your total reward for selling out and deciding to give up the orb instead of fight for it or talk your way through it or stealth for it is 1,000 gold after negotiating with Sterling. You don't get anything else, though you were taught the recipe for Tears of Selune, but not the full secret recipe, just a basic one. So if you get some white fish, you can figure out how to cook it on your own. You just gotta get some spices to it. But before we end our game, we have a little credits scene, if you will. As the credits roll and everybody else is taking their payment, whether they're guilty or not. You know, there's the twins and Sam. There's Kita and Torch. Eventually, the scene changes, goes between rooms, and there's office workers. There's a couple of news outlets talking about the very strange day and night cycle that was the day before. But scientists mention it was merely a singular magical anomaly, nothing to worry about. We're certain we've spoken with our relegate oracles, and they've mentioned nothing is wrong. And eventually drifts to a very dark office. All right, we've secured the Orb of Time, as requested. And the orb is set on a desk. A figure completely in black strokes their chin. Excellent. Now all we need is the other orb, and we can make forward with our plans. Were you stalled in any way? Oh no, it was really quite easy. They might have put up a bit of a fight, but they were nothing compared to the might of Shard, I assure you. Don't inflate your ego that much. And the shadowy hand just takes the orb and looks it over. It's rather strange. The orb is all the hand is all dark, but it has this colored outline to it, like a silhouette. Gleaming golden eyes with no pupils look the orb over, reflected in its glass. One step down, one more to go. Any progress on tracking the other orb? Not much. But knowing we have this secured, it surely won't be long now. And then we'll have our eclipse. And then nothing. You don't have to worry about anything else. It'll be like we never met. The orb is concealed in fabric. And what about your ladies? How is their operation on the other side going? It's going. I haven't been able to re-establish contact since the unplugging, whatever that means. But don't worry. They'll be meeting us soon, one way or the other. And if they can't get out by the time we free our master, then he'll set them free instead. It's the least he can do. Oh, the very least. But we're not even graced with the name of our benefactor? He'll introduce himself when the time is right. For now, you just focus on keeping a low profile. Of course. And you as well, sir. And he smiles and he puts back on the mask. There is no smile on the other silhouette, because that's all he is a silhouette. With a colored outline and a pair of golden, pupilless eyes. He lights his pipe, and it glows, but it doesn't bring much light to him. Have you figured out a date? Not yet, but we'll figure one soon. Nobody knows more on the stars in the dark than our Lady Shar. And she only wishes to help her old friend. Oh, there is one more thing. Yes, what is it? We did want to make note of one thing. We were assisted by some old friends of ours. A more recent ally in EGAD. The look on the silhouette readjusts. EGAD? Explain. The Explorers Guild of Animated Discoveries. I don't know if you've heard, it's only about a year or two old at this rate. But the group that we met were more than happy to assist us in acquiring the orb and taking some money under the table for it. It might not be unwise to consider them in the future. And the mask just, the eye on the mask smiles. The silhouette with the pipe thinks. I'll consider it. But only consider it. For now, worry about yourselves. Oh, Buck, it's so funny you mentioned father. This is a father XP.
Oh yeah.
This is, I'm sorry, it's point for point just a silhouette of father. That's just all it is.
Yeah.
Not exactly the same, but this is clearly the inspiration here. I'm sorry, it's clearly. There's a puff of smoke, and Sterling disappears, and the figure behind the desk turns and looks back. And even though there's a portrait back there, it's completely dark. Scorched dark. Nothing is shown through it. Next to the portrait stands a woman. When next can we establish contact? We have yet to find a suitable technological interface that meets up with our standards. But we're told we might not need to look far. We believe a device made by one Dr. Opportunity could serve our purposes if we can acquire it. See to it that it's done. Of course, sir. And she disappears as soon as he turns back around. And he thinks. An explorer's guild, huh? That might not be too bad. But the Black Dragon Society didn't help us much. Perhaps. And he looks to a window, but you can't see anything through the window. You can't see anything at all. Even though it glows this bright, beaming industrial yellow. Instead, he shuts the blinds, and the screen goes black. You have accepted being bribed. Your ending is the bribery ending. The cult of Shar has acquired the orb for their nefarious purposes and are one step closer to unleashing this mysterious being onto Anquil. However, in exchange, every individual here, though I will say, Candle, for the sake of fairness, it's split between your twins.
That's fair.
Because I'm not giving you 2K. I'm not giving you 2K.
No, that's so valid. I honestly, if it helps at all, Ellie would 100% be donating her entire thing to the EGAD tree because she does not want any part of it. She got her promise.
She doesn't need the bribe money.
She doesn't want the bribe money either. Layla will keep hers though because yeah, like that's useful for them. So if that makes things any easier, then it would only be 1,000 between the two of them.
Okay. So each individual here, so the twins, Kita, Sam, and Torch, get 1,000 gold.
Yeah, Sam is of a similar persuasion to the twins. He wants to donate, I don't know, 250 back to the museum because he feels like he didn't really fulfill the quest and it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's morally feeling bad, yeah.
Yeah, and he donates 250 to a orphanage.
Aww.
Just for niceness, and he'll keep 500 because he did a lot of work here. But
you deserve some compensation. But whatever all of you decide to do with the money's up to you. You know the Tsar's Bazaar opens at the end of the month, and there are other magic item stores. Kita has her own second-hand shop.
Kita's gonna chuck about 250 in the pay it forward jar.
But gold is all you get. You guys took the bribery route instead of doing any fighting or any looting. If you would like to know the other options you could have taken, you can feel free to ask me before we conclude. But I feel like the other options were obvious. You could have handled the assassins, you could have defeated them. You really only have one encounter with them, unless you actually run into both traps. Because there were actually 2 traps set up, and you avoided one of them. One of them involved the distraction, and the other one just involved the swordsman attacking your cart and butchering your donkey outright. So, not killing it immediately, just like, attacking your cart outright.
She would not have been happy about that.
Yeah. And the other option, of course, is you could have also either tried outright attacking the camp or trying to sneak or deceive your way around it. Maybe even try to fool them with the duplicate. But you did succeed in persuading Sterling to give you more money. And 1,000 gold is 1,000 gold. That's at least good enough for... I would say uncommon items. Maybe a little higher depending. Like, you can look around the block a bit, but do remember, if you don't know magic items very well, you can hold any number of consumables, but you can only have 3 magic items attuned to you at once. If it's not attunable, it's fine, but only 3 attuned to you at the same time. So, If you buy anything, maybe stock up on something like potions of healing. Those are good. Those are good stock. But you could have taken the bribery route. You also could have taken the worst ending, in which you went along with the plan to sabotage the cult of Selune, and the orb would have exploded and drained all their magic. And
Yeah,
it would have made them easy pickings for the Sharans.
That felt really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did refuse that, yeah. But
Torch
you
would
did
Torch.
Yeah, we already know that Torch's moral compass is on the floor.
Don't worry, I plan on manipulating you about that. Don't worry. But you did gain two other things. Kita, you have a photo of a promise, and that is specifically what it's called, in which you have the photographic evidence of the pinky swear between Sterling and between Ellie and Layla. Which does, in fact, confuse, but does not necessarily surprise Bell in the slightest when you show him, if you choose to show him. It does confuse him a lot, though. It is just like, what? I thought he hated children. Hello? Huh?
Kita would like to show the photo they got taken alongside Sterling.
Yeah, you do also have that photo. And that does entertain him a lot more. And that's a bit more entertaining than the photo of the promise. But that also means in your inventory is photo smoke bomb, in which essentially you photobomb Sterling and he looks flabbergasted. So you have two photos of a wanted criminal that is unmasked. Keep that in mind. And for Ellie and Layla, you did manage to make Sterling make a swear. It's not as binding as an oath, which is for the best. But in the future, if you happen to run into Sterling, or you happen to run into somebody affiliated with Sterling, you can try and pull some strings and see what happens. Not guaranteeing it'll work, but it'll probably work better if it's on Sterling directly, instead of on any lackeys. But you don't know if you'll run into the Sharans or not. But you are comforted, though. You don't see any, like, assassins lingering around the treehouse or anything. They just kind of seem to disappear. But I think more of your comfort is that you don't see the moon and sun move weirdly. Day and night moves very normally. Nothing else has been tampered with. And the next time you pray, you don't think your patron is very upset at you. You get a feeling of sympathy, more like. A little bit of understanding. Especially since you mentioned the next time you saw them, you would kick their ass. So, like, you did kind of balance it out a bit. Even if it does throw a few things out of whack, it's not the end of the world.
Well, see, the thing is that, like, a lot of what their deity is about is, like, the inevitability as well of certain things happening. So it's kind of also, you played your part and you're just going to have to see what happens because of it.
So I will ask, before we continue, who is your patron?
Their patron is Asamat. It's a very, very unknown deity of balance and duality, and the turning of. Huh?
Please type that out. I did
Yes.
not catch that name.
There you go. It's in the players chat.
Is that a Toonkind deity, or is that an actual D&D deity I should look at?
It's not a Toon. Okay. It's not a Toon deity, but it is a deity that I came up with myself. So they're a real kind deity that's not from the D&D setting.
Fair enough. Now, before you conclude your prayer session with them, is there anything you would like to ask your deity that I may roleplay before you conclude?
Probably,
Because they are inevitability, but there are some things that you were left very unknowing about.
Yeah, kind of. There's not much point in asking, "Did I do the right thing?" Because the answer to that is like, "What will be," kind of thing. Like, the deed is not a very like right or wrong kind of thing. Just the natural nature of people. So I think instead, I think the thing that Ellie's gonna ask is, probably something along the lines of, God, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Like,
Well, think in a kid's shoes, they might not have the best way to word it either. They might word it confusingly. So you might
yeah,
not need the best way to word it, just speak it.
yeah, um, I like basically, are things going to be all right? Is there more that we can do to make the situation better? Is it going to be inevitable, I guess?
You get some thought, and it's very quiet in your little prayer trance for a time. And then you get a feeling of comfort and a thought. And it's always kind of made in your voice, but it is still the voice of comfort of your deity. Or if it's more comforting to you, it's more like the voice of a relative. Perhaps a deceased relative, one would think. Things will be all right. There may be a time where it seems they will not be. There may be a time when things are shaken, not stirred. It is the nature of Inkwell to be shaken up every so often. Just as it is the nature of it to mellow out, to go quiet and calm. Things will get better. Sometimes they get worse before they get better, but inevitably it will get better. It will be all right. Don't worry.
Yeah, that tracks. So very completely in character for their deity.
So yeah, it's essentially, yeah, maybe things will get shaken up a bit, but it's also kind of Inkwell's thing to shake it up every so often. Otherwise, it's not Inkwell. So it will be fine, and things will quiet down. Things will get loud. Things will quiet down. It'll just keep going off and on, but it will get better. Though you do hear one very small remark of, though I am going to hear many complaints about it in the future, it will get better.
Yeah, that sounds
Because,
about
you
right.
know, whether you're the only follower or not, there are going to be a lot of complaining prayers of, what the fuck is this? And they'll just have to just sigh and bear it. Sometimes this is the nature of change, whether it's good change or bad. People can complain and people can worry, but stuff changes. It's up to you to roll with the punches. But you're assured that whether you did right or wrong, you did your best, is the word they would use. And things will turn out eventually. You were also given a very small recommendation to maybe pay some attention to some charitable organizations if you want to pay back a little of your fortune. But also, if you don't, then it balances itself out otherwise. Just like it's like it gives you a little bit of like, if you don't feel good handling it, I know some places. You can donate. If you don't feel
Yeah.
good holding all of it, I know.
Yeah, that might be why Ellie ends up like giving all of her money to places. Like, yeah, I don't want it anymore.
But you do have a promise from Sterling. And that means if you run into him in the future, you can levy that as leverage in the future. Just, it won't guarantee you get far, but it'll get you places. And having somebody in the Cult of Shar as a secondary informant is a little useful.
Yeah.
Of course, the caveat is none of you know where they are because, you know, on the run from the law. But, And Everybody else deals with their money the way they do best. Sam, you still have dreams of practicing with your little keyblade. Though you don't always practice against the same figure, it seems to kind of bounce back around to it eventually. You're not sure why, but it helps you keep on your toes.
Yeah.
You gotta get used to it. It takes time and a little emotional catharsis. And Torch, you'll deal with whatever guilt you're denying or not feeling eventually, one way or the other. But to everybody who either used or did not use their money, 1,000 gold to split however you want. No items, no treasure. And the Cult of Sharna has the Orb of Time. You're not sure what they plan on doing with it, but surely that's not going to go badly. Definitely not. Definitely. This is only going to go well. Although, Torch,
Yes.
you do have one thought as a closing statement. Technically, you and maybe Kita, if Kita also goes looking into it, just a little. Now, you got a little bit of an idea, and Kita, you were at least hearing the Selunites talk a bit. If you decide you want to, now, Torch, you know this is fiendish in nature. You get that feeling from, again, your childhood friends' special interest research. Everybody has a friend that does like special interest research into the weirdest shit. So a lot of
Yep.
people are that friend, you know. Whether they're around or not, you still think of them.
He is one of those friends, but in a maniacal sense about robots.
Apparently. But you do know the devil's in the treehouse. If you have any questions, you know the devil is there. You just don't know how willing he'd be to answer.
Mm.
You do know he's been kind of distracted lately, and you notice that he's kind of skirting a little around Ollie for some reason. Like, he's acting nice, but you almost think he's acting a little too nice now, rather than before. You don't know what he's planning. You know he's up to something, but you don't know if it's bad or good. But you know he's available to talk if you decide you want to question him a bit. But with that, Kita, you also have no more nightmares aside from that. That's the only one you get.
Cool.
If you decide you want to research it, there are places you can look. But for now, thank you all for playing. I hope you all had a lot of fun. And even if this didn't end, the way that a hero might fully end it, you still did better than you could have. Did everybody have fun?
Yes.
I had
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Candle, you cut out. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I did. Little rocky at the start, I will admit. But it
I
was
will say this.
it was good fun in the second half.
The assassins they do get little unarmed multi-attacks, but they're also squishy as hell. If you had stomped into them with like spell attacks or that kind of thing, you could floor them easily. Do you want to know how many hit points they had per assassin?
What?
Okay, so using the stat block of the Iron Shadows, the Hobgoblin Iron Shadow has only 32 hit points and 15 AC.
Yeah. Yeah. Just feels bad because we got jumped. I think.
You did get jumped, but your sympathy was also manipulated, and you still got some other rewards out of it. So think of it this way. You can turn defeat into something else, and you weren't necessarily at a loss for the game.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you had fun, and on the count of 3, we're going to say good night to our audience.
I would like
Ready?
just one last thing just before
Uh-huh.
it ends is just Kita going, like, when Kita shows the picture of Sterling, they go to both like, I'm sorry to say, you've been replaced as my best friend. They then just show him the picture.
And Belle stares at you in silence for a moment before feigning the deepest, most pretend heartbroken look, even though he knows Sterling is going to suffer more. Oh, you're breaking my heart, Kita. How could you do this?
I'm sorry, he's just fluffier.
I'm certain he's going to have so much more fun with you. I'm gonna miss you already. And meanwhile, you know Sterling's gonna suffer around you. You know, Belle, his tail is wagging. He absolutely knows you made him suffer. He knows you embarrassed him, that you're not, like, being fully genuine. This is a bit. You
Yep.
are two cats playing. Or cat devil. This is a bit. This is a bit. But yet, he endorses your mischief fully. You know that much. It is a bit, though, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I interpreted that correctly. But also, we will schedule the FPS with Ryanko in a bit. I just wanted to get this out of the way first. But on the count of 3, everybody say goodnight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good
Good
night.
Good night.